Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
imperative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, imperative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Beyond Banking Conference. It's truly incredible to have you all here coming together to shape the future of decentralized finance. I am Sergey Semantsyan, and it's an honor to be your host and moderator today. I promise to keep the conversations lively, insightful, and meaningful. But more than just a conference. Today is a historic moment. We're setting our sight on a Guinness World Record, the largest blockchain broadcast viewership ever, with over 100,000 participants. And here is the best part. Each and every one of you is part of this achievement. So let's make this history together. I know you are well versed in these topics, but let me fulfill my duties as your host and set the stage. Today, we're diving into the hottest trends shaping the future, and our topics for today's are decentralized finance, DeFi, artificial intelligence, AI, Web3, GameFi, and beyond. You know, these aren't just buzzwords. They are transforming industries, redefining possibilities, and creating new opportunities. And we've got an incredible lineup to guide us through it. 13 expert speakers, each bringing their unique insights and expertise on the table. And since we are broadcasting globally, accessibility is the key. That's why this conference will be available in 8 languages: Spanish, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Russian, Vietnamese, Hindi, and English, of course. No matter where are you or what language you speak, today's discussion are delighted for you. Now, let's talk about something exciting, the raffle. Because what's better than being part of a record-breaking event? Winning awesome prizes while you are at it. We've got some fantastic rewards lined up. Apple Vision Pro, MacBook Pro, ITO from WeFi worth 1,000 USDT, 50 tickets for the Ferrari giveaway, thanks for our general sponsor WeFi. And here is the cool part. You can boost your chances of winning the Ferrari by grabbing extra tickets. The more you have, the better you show the driving hub in that beauty. And even better, the grand drawing for the Ferrari giveaway is happening very soon on June 14 in Bangkok and online. Now, what do you need for participation? Subscribe to WeFi Telegram channel. Subscribe to the conference Telegram channel. Pay attention during the broadcast. I'll be announcing a secret code word at some point. Catch it and send it to the Telegram bot, and you are officially in the draw. As you can see, it's simple, fun, and easy. Now, let's things keep moving. And let's take a moment to appreciate our general sponsor that's helping make this incredible event possible, WeFi. WeFi is revolutionizing decentralized finance as the world's first Deobank, an on-chain decentralized banking platform designed to make DeFi simpler, faster, and more secure. Beyond offering traditional finances, these financial services like cryptocurrencies, loans, and asset transfer, WeFi takes things a step farther with non-custodial accounts, giving users full control over their assets, AI-powered stackable coin returns, a smart, efficient way to optimize financial growth, and with innovation at its core, WeFi is shaping the future of decentralized banking. So, are you ready? Because it's the time to dive into today's discussions and hear from our incredible speakers. And with huge pleasure, I am announcing official opening of today's conference, wishing best luck to beat Guinness Record today, and looking for Group CEO, co-founder, and board member at WeFi, Maxim Sakharov, after a very short break.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
imperative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan. Understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. Is that Circuit?
And we are back here with Group CEO, co-founder and board member at WeFi, Maxim Sakharov. Maxim, you are welcome. The stage is yours.
Yes, great. Good day, good people. Hi, everyone. Hello. Thank you, Sergey. Thank you, guys, for lending your time here today. It's very important because you are in the right time, in the right place. It's a place where we will unveil something fundamental, something that is transforming the world already right now. So today I guys invite you to imagine a fully new reality. A reality where a crypto-powered economy, where the payments are done in the seconds worldwide, where the savings that build you a future wealth, and of course the steady income streams that, let's say, your bank helps you to build. Sounds too good to be true. So that's the new financial world that we are building now. So let's dive in. And currently there are two main gaps in our financial system. So first of all, the access gap, which just try to hear this number. So 1.4 billion people in our planet still live without a bank account. So just imagine, for these 1.4 billion people, there is no safe place for their salaries, there is no affordable credits, and the main point is there are no backups for them in case of like sickness or some hard time or anything else. So, and the second gap is the adoption gap. So over 4 billion people can freely now tap the card or open bank account, yes, but less than 15% ever experience the efficiency of crypto. Most of the world still runs on the financial rails that builds on for the last century. So we are here to close these two gaps. So first of all, we helping those that doesn't have any access and upgrading the experience for those who haven't yet tried benefits that on-chain money can give. So this is important thing. So we are building a door. I was personally introduced to blockchain a long time ago in 2016. Back then, I was involved in a real estate industry, and industry that's stuck in slow, outdated processes. And I saw the times that blockchain could solve these things and could solve many problems. So by 2017, we built a platform that made the property transactions, like a real estate transaction, digital and fully decentralized. So the prototypes work well. So developers were very into it, but every bank that we approached said, guys, we don't touch any crypto, we don't touch any blockchain. So I realized at times that the issue wasn't with our project, it was an industry-wide issue with the very outdated financial rails that everyone should rely on. If the old system wouldn't open the doors, we will build our doors. This is our principle. And this is how the idea of WeFi was born. Since then, it's already like over 2 years past. We have overcome many challenges and reached many milestones. We did it together with our amazing team. And honestly, guys, I truly believe that we have the best team in the industry. And now here we are building the world's first bank designed for the crypto native today and for the billions who will become crypto users tomorrow. So WeFi is a crypto bank for the crypto world. Yeah, so let's talk a little more about the industry and what is neobank and where neobanks fail. The problem is that, yes, neobanks is a second generation of bank, and neobank digitalized the old rails, but they never built their own. So neobanks never solve the issue of any infrastructure cost, so speed of transaction or any inclusion. So yes, neobanks interface improved, is great, but under the hood of neobanks was still the same old infrastructure, which is slow, which is expensive, and it's fully closed. Yeah. So guys, meet the Deobank. With WeFi, we are leading to creation of entirely new category. Entirely new. It doesn't exist on the market, which is called the Deobank. This is the next evolution of banking. The first is bank, the second evolution is neobank, and the third one is Deobank. So Deobank built on own blockchain and supported by the community in the center. So transactions clear in seconds because it's stable coins. No middlemen, no hidden fees, no this paperwork hassle. Deobanks will finally deliver the true financial freedom by combining the familiar banking services with a blockchain efficiency. This is a fundamental reimagining of what actually banking can be. So why it's matter now? Yeah? So because now is a really right time. Deobanks could not have come at a better time, definitely. You can see what's happening now around the world. Crypto adoption is speeding up globally rapidly. For example, just in Vietnam, there are over 17 million crypto users, and this is just here like 17% of the population. In South Korea, even more, approximately 15 million people. It's nearly 30% of the whole population already invested in digital assets. So crypto is in demand. Everyone know it, everyone see it, everyone feel it, and WeFi stands right at that crossroads, designed for the crypto native today and for the billions who will become crypto users tomorrow. So our secret sauce I will share with you today is our community. Our community first. You can see the most fintechs and crypto companies launch a product first, and they praise that someone will need their product. We did it the opposite way. We built the community first. We spent a year on calls, on Twitter spaces with the creators, educators, traders, and so on, who shape the opinion, so the key opinion leaders, yeah, KOL. And we ask one question. If you could design a bank from the scratch, what you would keep, what you would cut, and what you would invent, yeah? And your answer shaped everything you see today and everything that will you see in the future. So together with our community, we have designed a model that gives the entire WeFi ecosystem a powerful start. Instead of the standard crypto launches, such as pre-sales, like these airdrops, broken pools, and so on, we return to the roots of the crypto, yeah, where decentralized community runs a network and gets the rewards. This is our roots. And our ITO, which means initial technology offering, lets our users by mining units generate rewards in WeFi tokens. So our model lets anyone become a miner, even without any technical or crypto experience. We are democratizing the mining, ensuring that it's fair, it's a global token distribution, and we transforming our users into stakeholders. So just think about this in that way, that when your users also are not just users, they are your stakeholders, they become maximum loyal, empowered, and fully engaged in your project. So our users power the WeFi network, keep our ecosystem running, they earn rewards for this time, and this is a fully win-win concept of WeFi. So why it's important and why it works? Yes, of course, the important thing is utility of our token. It's not just another government token. It's power the transactions. It provides a collateral in our Deobank when you get a loan, and gives you access to the loyalty program. And of course, it supports the gas transaction in the chain. The most important is transparency, because every transaction is happening on the blockchain and its flow on the chain, and it's instantly auditable. So, but the one more thing that something stand us aside is alignment. So what does it mean? It means that when you spread the word about WeFi, you are boosting both your referral rewards and the value of the tokens that you mine. This is very important part. So, and this is what the true ownership looks like. So guys, you need to gain momentum, because here is a real proof that flywheel is turning. Because on December, we listed our token, and the price was 10 cents, now is a 50 cents, a solid 5x for guys who was on the early stage. And this is a real momentum. So yeah, this is a real momentum. Yeah, this is I will not tire to talk about, because this is the most important thing, because we are targeting, just listen the number, 1.4 billion people who are unbanked. So traditional banks say that, oh, the onboarding of low income customers doesn't pay us. Yeah, and this is true, this is right. But we, with Deobank, we flip that formula thanks to blockchain. So blockchain let us operate at a fraction of the cost that traditional banks operate. Yeah, so it's a small part. It means that whether someone has $100 or $100,000, they all get access to the world-class financial services. Our model of Deobank can reach anyone with a smartphone. So we are turning the financial access, how we say it, from the privilege that banks create into a protocol everyone have. WeFi all here is simple to understand. Yeah, so we make the better banking available for everyone. So guys, just imagine, let's say in 10 years, the phrase crypto bank will sound as common as like digital camera. Our kids won't even realize that money could live anywhere else but on chain. It's true. Just like they cannot now imagine that photos can exist anywhere else but in the cloud, you know. So when the day comes, you will say proudly to your kids that you were here at the beginning, and not just as spectators, yeah, but as architects. So WeFi isn't just a platform, it's a movement. And from the day one, we are inviting the world to help to build us this movement together. Guys, thank you so much for joining us here today. And I wish you all the great day and the great rest of our conference.
Thank you, Maxim. It's really a pleasure to listen to this incredible presentation. But because we have a little bit more, 5 to 10 minutes, is it okay to talk with me? I will ask some questions.
Yes, of course, let's do. Yeah.
You know, Maxim, I'm in this industry around 10 years, but for me, I used to listen new words. First of all, it's WeFi. I understand this is the name of the company, but it means something more than DeFi. Also, I would like to know that.
You was little broken, so you're asking about the Deobank, right?
Yeah, of course, because decentralized finances, everyone understand, but we want to know what WeFi means. It's another concept.
So I would tell you like this: WeFi is our community. This is the main principle that we are following. Our community is in the center. So we, it's mean our community. it's our finance. It's not someone finance. Because when you join the banking traditional system, TradFi, yeah, so you actually don't own your money. You renting the access to this money, because this rental this rental can be stopped anytime, anywhere, and you even will not expect it. Yeah. And what we are providing the access that owned by our community. In this case, it's called WeFi.
I got the point. It means we are truly handling our own finances. It's not in decentralized way. It's not in centralized way. It's something different. I got it. Thank you so much. And also, I used to hear one another word, Deobank. We know Neobank, we know the real bank, but right now is a Deobank. It's something new concept as well.
Yeah, it's a Deobank. Yeah, so it's a Deobank is a third generation of banks. It's called decentralized on-chain bank, Deobank.
Wow.
So this is the new category that we can call it the next evolutions of neobanks.
Amazing. And my last question, if you don't mind, I saw that mostly you are focusing on a community in a SIA region, Southeast Asia. Is it true? Because maybe mostly people here are unbanked, or this community much more active, which really sounds good and right.
Yeah, I can tell you that yes, currently now that our major markets are in Southeast Asia, but we are actively working on LATAM and on Europe. So I would tell you like this. So of course, the biggest number of unbanked people are in Asia and Africa and LATAM. So this is of course the major regions for us, and we are focusing there.
Okay. I believe for now it's very good. Maxim, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for this incredible and amazing presentation. I believe in this near future has to come, but right now we need to go very short break, and we will be back very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, I got rid of legacy strong with every every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan.
Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, guys, we are back here with Dr. Stephen Melning, and it's going to be, he is the chairman of the Life Simplified, and this topic is going to be about global high impact commercial and humanitarian initiatives, the usual pitfalls and how to avoid them. I believe it's better to give a word and this stage to Dr. Stephen Melning. He already joined us. Dr. Stephen, the stage is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity to share some perspectives and, most importantly, opportunities for those listening and who are with us today or will listen in the future. Well, when we talk about the biggest pitfalls when it comes to initiatives of large scale or small scale, in the big scheme of things, it's really the same issue. The problem is that, as we all know, there are a lot of people who are passionate about the same things around the world. And they're very happy to get together to talk about things, right? Whether it's World Economic Forum, whether it's United Nations, whether it's TED Talk or different types of conferences. The problem is that for the most part, nobody works together, right? And it's a human condition in many ways, right? Control, maybe some element of ego or greed or money or other matters, but that's a fact, right? People for the most part don't work together. And because of it, the global progress is stifled. Okay, it's very difficult. It's really practically impossible for the most part for an individual or even a group to create something that is really transformational. There are some exceptions in this life, right? Like Elon Musk of the world, but you know, people cannot depend, the world cannot depend on just single individuals. And when people discover global institution like, let's say, United Nations, right? I mean, people get excited. They put some nonsense aside and try to work together to create something greater and bigger. But the problem, of course, is it's very, very difficult to get things done in a highly concentrated environment, let's put it this way. And one other, sooner or later, vast majority, if not all individuals, realize that, it's very, very difficult to make that level of a difference in those environments. And so this is a major, major lesson that we learned from United Nations related experiment, right? That the world really needs this platform of that sort. It has to be a little simpler, or much simpler and much more streamlined and much less bureaucratic. But there are other lessons that were learned. The other lesson was that you really cannot run initiative on humanitarian basis alone. It's really not sustainable. There's got to be, in the perfect world, or a better world even, a commercial arm that makes the entire humanitarian initiative sustainable. So you're not dependent, you don't go from crisis to crisis, no budget to no budget, and dependent on donations. And this is really the issue for vast majority of nonprofits out there. Since today you asked me to talk about both nonprofit and commercial world. So this is how and why this institution, Lives Amplified, Global Institution of World Leaders, has been created. It was created to serve as a platform to enable individuals, groups around the world to create something that is much greater, with much greater impact. But what we've done and how we approach it is actually pretty unheard of in the history of the world when it comes to global institutional organization. And that is, we haven't done the usual. What we could have done is say, okay, we organize this institution, and this was created by world leaders. So of many, many different types. And if you looked at our board, which maybe one picture is worth 1,000 words. So some members of our board, maybe we could take a look at them. You'll see these are exclusively presidents, prime ministers from all across the world. In fact, it's a major gathering of heads of. Yes.
Dr. Steven, yes, we need to see your screen because we see something else.
Oh, okay. So if you need to see my screen, then I'm very happy to project it.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the screen, and you could take a look. You could see these are current, former heads of states, presidents, prime ministers from all over the world. On the levels of our board, it's exclusively former, which I'll discuss a little later. It's actually by design, but you'll see Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, Northern Europe, Africa, Latin America, Caribbean. So the question is, why did all these people unite and decide to carry out this very important mission? And the answer for this is very simple. It's because the world needs this. The world needs this platform in order to effectuate massive transformational, global, sustainable initiatives that actually make a difference. Because that's the only way to do this alone. It's a mission, practically speaking, impossible, as we discussed. But as I was saying, the way we approach it is actually unheard of in the history of humanity, and that is, instead of doing the usual, which is to create organization, identify some focus areas and some goals, and just run with it. And whoever wants to join, say, hey, this is how you do it, and you just march along, and you could take this part of the mission, this part. Instead, we kind of paused and said, what is the best way to create an institution that actually makes a difference and has an impact across the world, and where this impact and this difference is done in a way that uses least amount of resources, and the impact comes with the shortest period of time. And this brought us to the structure of this organization, which is very counterintuitive. And that is, what we do as an institution, only one thing, and that is we decided to step back, identify incredible individuals, incredible groups that make a difference or have capacity to make a difference, and they just need support and access and help them have accomplish their goals on a much higher levels. And by doing so, because people will always be faster and more efficient than any institution. Institution by definition is bureaucratic, right? And some of them are just bureaucratic behemoths that just cannot tie their own shoelaces at this point, as we all know. And so people will always be better and faster, and putting together incredible individuals who have this capacity and giving them this global platform to connect, to cross-pollinate, to give access, connections, and help with access to capital and strategic partnerships, and new markets. I mean, this becomes an unstoppable mechanism, and that's exactly what by design. So our overall goal is to elevate the well-being of humanity, bring social economic prosperity to the world, which is very broad by design. But the way we approach it, we break it into focus area councils. So the United Nations has agencies, we have councils. And we have incredible individuals, people who everybody heard about before, whether it's presidents, prime ministers of countries of all different types, or let's say, individuals very famous for their accomplishment in the business world, billionaires, but as well as people who nobody ever heard of before, but in the same time, people who make incredible work and possible and make difference and facilitate this transformation globally. And so what we're talking about is bunch of individuals across the world, and this organization is growing and getting larger and larger, with different approaches, different focus areas, and they serve as leaders, chairs, and the lead these initiatives. We're simply here to support in every way that we can. So for example, we have President Fox of Mexico, Lionel Fernandez of Dominican Republic, both former heads of state chairing our Education Council. We have Rosalia Serrano, former president of Ecuador, one of the few women presidents around the world, serving and chairing our Women Empowerment Council. We have, senior advisor to Trump on climate and chair of his advisory committee, co-chairing one of the major venture capitalists of the world, climate council. But in the same time, it's not left, it's not right, it's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's not East, it's not West. We're not political, we're not government organization. Again, we're focusing on elevating the well-being of humanity. So we have Democrat side coming in, we have people from all over the world coming in to lead different initiatives. So we also have World Leadership Academy, where prepare future world leaders, where they'll be trained how to run economies, countries, and who's better to do it than people who've done just that. So the lecturers, mentors are presidents, prime ministers of countries, patriarchs, matriarchs from some of the largest family offices, executives of multinationals, and professors from Harvard, Yale, Wharton, Cambridge, London School of Economics. It's a beautiful certificate program that's been recently approved, and we're going through applications now. We also have global leaders forums that we bring to academic and other institutions around the world, and we have very important conversations on campuses, on corporate headquarters, on the future of humanity, future of commerce, and beyond, of course. So all these and many more other initiatives are sitting in our humanitarian arm, which is Lives Amplified Foundation. And then, in order to be sustainable ourselves, and as they say, walk the talk, right? And these are some of the councils that I talked about. You could find them on our website. It's livesamplified.org. If you go, you see the Women Empowerment Council, chaired by Rosalia Ortega-Serrano, the Higher Education Council, Reconstruction of Ukraine, which we'll talk about, U.S.-Saudi relations, etc., etc., etc. Nations Development, Interfaith Council, Climate Council. We could go on and on and on. And of course, industry-related councils focused like AI Council, healthcare, and a bunch of different other councils. So, and more get approved as we speak, as they say. So, and then, as I said, we created commercial arm in order to generate cash flows to finance the activities of this humanitarian arm, because that's the major component to be self-sustainable, self-sufficient. And this entity is called Lives Amplified Global Leaders Society, which is private, by invitation only organization, where we focus on members. And we help them get to the next level through unique access, connections, access to capital, strategic partnerships, access to new markets, new governments, government contracts, and everything in between. In fact, we even help nations. We rolled out the next generation of Chamber of Commerce for countries and major cities. We call them Commerce Councils, because the world doesn't operate like Chamber of Commerce operates. The world is very, very global at this point. And the geographic focus alone, where members kind of pitch to each other, it's great on the local level, but to have the real impact, the real scale, that's not the model. So what we do is we create these nation-focused councils, but they're sitting on this global institutional platform. And our investors, family offices, multinationals have one place where they go to invest, to expand. They see where the opportunities are, because for them, it's not about geographics, really. For the most part, it's about where is the opportunity, what are the risks, right? And the balancing of the two is what drives the decision. So, and this helps nations, countries, generate foreign direct investment, infrastructure, project financing. We also help local businesses bring them into the world, right? So we work, this is the idea, to also bring the solution on a massive country level scale. And of course, we connect these councils synergetically for particular areas, particular core branded, so to speak, initiatives and parts. And so to that end, we do many things. One of them, we do major events all across the world. Past 40 days alone, there were about 4 events, global events, one in Miami, the other one in Europe. We did the event in Romania, and were very nicely treated by the government, and a special session in the parliament there with businesses and families. And then we had a major event in Dubai, the Family Office Summit, which was absolutely incredible, and the smaller gathering. So basically, so far this year alone, I mean, between New York, Miami, Washington, Europe, we've had about 9 different events, and we're just in May still. So it's very powerful. And every event we have some of the world's, especially our signature events, some of the world's largest family offices, executives of multinationals. Every event we always have a president or prime minister of a country and other current or former senior government dignitaries. And this is important. While for the world, events sometimes become the centerpiece, right? For us, it's a place to celebrate and roll out different initiatives. The real work happens between the events, where our members who drive this institution, they come, they share what their interest is, focus area is, and upon approval, they just run with it. And we're here to support. So the important work happens between the events by our members, by our councils, and that's really critical. So we have leadership positions as well. People could come, propose creation of certain councils for industry, for certain businesses, for humanitarian, because the world needs both. We need humanitarian initiatives, but we also need commercial initiatives, and one has to support the other. So people could come, make proposal, and if it gets approved, they run with it. We're just here to support, to give exposure, access, connections, etc., etc., etc. So one thing that is worth mentioning, if you look at our website on the board page, you'll notice that while it's all presidents, prime ministers, it's actually, well, ignoring the first person who is the least important there. But if you take a look, you'll see it's all presidents, prime ministers, but they're all former. And the question is, why former? It's actually by design, interestingly enough. It's former because it's not because we don't engage with current heads of state. Of course we do, and special commerce councils are all based on current governments for the most part. But it's former because, and it may be obvious, it may be counterintuitive for some, for what we're set out to do, former heads of states are uniquely positioned to do it. They have the wisdom, first and foremost. You need wisdom to get major global initiatives done. And while you run a country, you are president, you think you have it. But the truth of the matter, and from my perspective, the fact of the matter is you gain it only later, years later, sometimes many years later, once you see the consequences of your decision, right? And one of the presidents said, years after his reign, so to speak, said, I wish I knew what I could have done, So wisdom is critical in this case. And also, to really shake the world, so to speak, and make a difference, you have to be kind of almost outside the system, not as dependent economically, politically, socially, which is kind of another sad reality of this existence. But more importantly, it's a beautiful opportunity for these incredible individuals to do maybe what they couldn't do before, for the reasons discussed, and really reshape their legacy, which is important, right? Legacy is really important. And I spoke about events. There is events page which people could also explore things that are coming up. Like, for example, next month we will be in Monaco. We have a family office summit there. And before that, on a more exclusive basis, Prince Albert has a group called Private Label that's ultra high net worth individuals committed to business, committed to humanitarian efforts, and Lives Amplified will be there with our appropriate level members there as well. So there's going to be 2 events actually next month in Monaco, and then we have a major event and major opportunity in July. We're planning an event already. It's scheduled in Washington D.C. July 8 and 9. It will be actually at MGM hotel, and there we're focusing, God's willing, one way or another, sooner or later the war will stop in Europe, which was a big trigger, by the way, for the formalization of this institution, to address somewhat of a vacuum in global institutional leadership across the world. And so, the big hope is that the war will be over, and what happens then? Then to start putting together plans to rebuild the country like Ukraine. Something has to be ready. So yeah, one of our councils is actually Rebuilding Ukraine Council that is chaired by former Prime Minister of Ukraine, Anatoly Kinach. And so the next month in Washington, there's going to be a major gathering of financiers and major conglomerates and maybe people who are part of your organization, if they're interested in participating. Again, it's pure economics. It's not political. It's not East-West. It's purely to take care of economics first and foremost, to help rebuild the country, to bring social economic prosperity into the region, and hopefully with that stability. Somebody told me, it was not too long ago, the old expression, when market is noisy, cannons are silent, right? When things are happening, when trade is happening, there's much chance less of possibility of war or another war. And so that's what we're trying to address with our kind of practical approaches and efforts to prevent wars and facilitate trade and facilitate economic, social prosperity across the world. So it's going to be a major event. And again, of course, anybody who is interested could always contact us by going to the website livesamplified.org and see the events and see the contact page. And as I said, this is also a membership organization which allows us to exist. So people pay different levels of membership for different benefits. It's really support they're giving us, because we don't want to be dependent on any particular government. So that's a little bit about us, and it's absolute pleasure once again to be here. And I'm always happy to answer questions, or if we have an opportunity to speak in other events, it's a great honor and pleasure to share this information so people could take advantage of it, be empowered, and make things happen.
Dr. Steven, it's really very interesting. We have just a little bit small comment from our viewers. They also would like to see not only political, but also this is tech event, some Sam Altman, or I don't know, Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, maybe on these pages as well. Super insightful, super informative. Dr. Steven, our time is over. We need to say very goodbye to you and see you on your next event very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly mention, so we did have, for example, because every event we do focus area panel. So we did have major AI panel with some senior executives from the industry. So all that is happening. It just the page that people saw, that's just a board, various level of boards. But the consoles and AI console, this is where the major industry players participate. Some of the world's largest institutions. Absolutely.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We are moving forward, and all right, just while we are waiting for our panelists, because our next topic is going to be a panel discussion, let's take a quick, just 3 minutes break. Now is the perfect time for you to grab a coffee, water, or whatever, stretch a little, or check our raffle details. Stay tuned. We'll be back in no time.
Hey, Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan. Understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
And we are back. Hope everyone's have a great time. And tell me, are you enjoying the conference so far? We've had an incredible insights, and there is still so much to dive into. Quick reminder, keep an eye out for those secret code words I'll be dropping during the broadcast. Make sure to send them to the Telegram bot because you don't want to miss out amazing prices from our sponsors. A huge thanks to them for making this event possible. And let's right now let's dive into this panel discussion about next generation DAOs, AI as the driving force behind DAO 2.0. Let's dive in. It's time to meet our panelists. And here we are. Roman Rosov, Chief Product Officer at WeFi.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Gordon Einstein, crypto and blockchain attorney.
Yes.
Hello, Gordon.
Hello. How are you?
Andronik Kardashov, founder at CyberDews, and me, your host and moderator of this interesting conversation. You know, guys, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, have already transformed how we approach governance and collaboration. But today, we are looking ahead to the next evolution, DAO 2.0, where AI plays a central role in shaping more adaptive, efficient, and intelligent decentralized systems. We are at the turning point where automation, intelligence, and decentralized decision-making come together to create smarter, more responsive organization. What does this mean for innovation, governance, and the future of decentralization? That's exactly what we are about to explore. And I'm with pleasure giving the first word to the Roman Rosov. Let's start with him. Roman, the stage is yours.
Let's start, everyone. So, for me, as a FinTech veteran, the most important, how DAO spends their money and how efficiently it is. So there is a proposal that DAO is going to spend, let's say, like 1 million like on market. Recently, you heard about different like blockchains, like Polkadot spending a million or more like on influencers. Is it a good investment or not? So there are a lot of information like floating on the web, and AI could tell to the community, is what DAO spending is good or not? Is it below market, under the market? Is deal good for the community? This is a very important aspect which will help to regulate the DAOs via AI. Another thing, a lot of DAOs are participating in yield farming in order to generate like cash on what they have in the treasury, and AI agents help to actually balance these yields across different chains and get the optimal results at the low risk reward in the crypto. Well, crypto, it's very hard to say it's like low risk, but still like lower than just like some people doing intuitive investments. This is like our two main keys where AI can help definitely, decisively, and right now.
Amazing. Gordon, I'll be happy to from you. What's your point of view, perspective about these new upcoming so-called trends?
I think it reflects my feelings about AI in general, which is AI is a great tool, a great system, but there's inherent challenges / dangers in putting it in charge. So if AI is the tool that's being used, and of course there's a blended area where you can't quite tell where something's a tool or if it's in charge. The whole idea behind blockchain is it's uncensorable and unstoppable. I don't know if you necessarily want AIs having their own economy in ways of running uncensorable and unstoppable economic or other entities. So, there's the usual Skynet cliche, but this is actually a way it could be Skynet, because where's the off switch? Where, what plug do you pull if it's running on Ethereum or one of these, resilient, chains? So if it's helping you allocate your resources more effectively, great. If it's mitigate, helping you make decisions, or letting the human governors of the DAO make better decisions, great. If it's in charge, great for the DAO, but maybe not great for the humans on the planet. So I think that's the balance we have to make. But that's not an issue that's unique to blockchain or to DAOs. That's an issue that's unique to humanity right now as we're crawling up towards AGI and then super AI. So I don't know. We're interesting. I just read that paper, AI, whatever it's called, 2027, where apparently we're all going to be running from the AIs. 2027 is a ladder to pull the plug. I don't think we're going to pull the plug, by the way. So I don't know. It's a little scary. It's a little awesome. It's a little bit scary.
Okay, let it be awesome at this moment. Andranik, I'm sure you have your own thoughts on it.
I have plenty of it. I agree with Gordon with regards to the pulling of the plug. Fundamental issue that we see as a community of people that we have centralized governments who conflict with each other, and the AI systems have Web3 layer that gives the data. There is this thing I like to say: profit is greed of the customer, greed of the supplier, and ignorance of the customer. In case on how we can pull the plug, we have to make sure that there's transparency in the system. That AI, brings proper solution in the supply chain, and then we see the impact across the supply chain. But again, coming to the government cases, there's frictions, and those friction can trigger that Terminator scenario, because suddenly AI has a reason, a conflict to escalate. With regards to DAO integration and impact, I think down the line we'll have a lot of simulation systems that will help us evaluate how AI can make better decisions. And as long as we have the control to make sure that AI systems make better decisions, then we're good. But again, we have to have an off switch for sure, and it has to be centralized. I mean, from perspective that everyone can pull the plug. That it can be like in some factories where you can just shut down the factory if it doesn't work.
Okay.
If I might, I've been wrestling with this for a while, because the DAOs are great in theory, but the issue is always governance.
Yeah.
And the issue is always, how do you correct it later? I mean, are you going to hardwire in its mission through smart contracts? Well, what if that smart contract doesn't make sense in 10 years? What if those people are dead? What if your priorities change? What if they should change? You know, you don't want these legacy machines from 2025 telling a 2035 DAO what to do, because the facts may be different, and the way you evaluate those facts may be different. So you can't even be flexible that way. You need these things need intelligence, and then but you know, with human intelligence, you get diversity of interests, and then how do you manage them? That's the question as old as humanity. How do you share power? How do you dominate power? How do you take it? How do you lose it? All that other stuff. And it's troubling when humans do it and not effective, but and maybe there's a peaceful solution to putting an AI in charge. But the whole definition of that is once it's in charge, you can't take it out of charge. Otherwise, you defeat the whole point of putting it in charge, right? And you got to watch it again. I got to hit. You got to watch your step, because these are uncensored. The whole point of the Ethereum virtual machine and all these other copycats, sorry if that hurts anyone's feelings, is that they're uncensorable and unstoppable, and they have an economy that, you know, can't be reversed. So, you know, they how do you align a DAO's interests? You know, how do you align a DAO's interests with your own, and who's the constituency? Do I need to own a token in the DAO to have my interest taken in place, or does it just dump carbon in the atmosphere except for the DAO holders, token holders? So I've been wrestling with DAO governance for a long time. I've never really seen a good solution. Solutions, or vote tokens. There's all this junk. I've never seen it really work over the long term. And so DAOs are a great concept. I love DAOs. I want DAOs. I especially don't like. I like the fact that DAOs are inherently international or global or universal. It's a problem with companies that they're based like in Delaware. What does that even mean anymore? You know, DAOs get around that. But I don't want to be a bummer on the show, but I'm troubled by the idea of just handing them over.
Same. It's a big issue.
Yeah, as I said, we can start with something feasible, right? The main problem, with currently we have a DAOs, is part okay, there is a governance and how is the voting done and so on, but how do they spend their money, right? It's completely untransparent. DAO should give this transparency and vote over to the community, but in reality, it's very hidden and arbitrary decisions, right? So how we start with something in the beginning, right? Giving them access and the ability to spend it more efficient, and building this step by step. Also, if you're talking about the governance, it's also about the key people, right? If some key person leaves DAO, there's no one replacing, everything goes downhill, because there's usually one or two leading forces in the DAO. If it's a leaving, the DAO becomes completely disorganized. So I'm fascinated about the recent developments. There are some startups who can replicate a behavior of a person and make it as an AI model. For example, a founder of a big corporation passed away. Everyone could go and ask this AI for an advice as this founder would be alive. So this creates some substitution, but it creates again this moral thing, like Gordon said, it might be run by AI of dead people in 10 years and not developing further.
Tell me, guys.
To me, that's a nightmare. Are you guys watching the TV series Foundation?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, you're talking about the genetic dynasty, right? The Leon 47 is going to rule us through the galactic DAO. His predecessor died 500 years ago, but they keep on booting a new one. If you're talking about a dead person running us, that's it's the living being ruled by zombies.
True. It's very true. I think this balance is really it has to be caught right with the decentralization, where the leaders take new novel ideas into a system, making sure that whatever is brought in creates the value across the majority than the minority. Because I think with AI, we can't play this kind of cloudalism minority game where some people have a lot of data and then they create economical systems to extract value out of people. There has to be some sort of a mechanism that lead people towards bringing the value into equation by making sure that more people have the higher baseline where they can live on and they can express. I think the problem that we're facing right now is that we haven't kind of like digitized our dopamine loop, like what we want. So we can't really give the proper feedback of the system for it to, like, you know, continue our desires delivery within itself. Because right now we're just tapping the information on the phones, but just the speed of transaction between humans and AI is just, you know, it's completely different. And that's that's a problem. I think that the fundamental issue, I think, like, once we have the invasive kind of Neuralink kind of technologies, that will help. But digitizing the dopamine loop and creating simulations where you can look on scenarios and having this control mechanism, consensus, where those systems work in a kind of a decentralized ASI, yeah? So like where you have the ability to navigate large chunk of resource for the value of creation rather for the destruction. So I think just as a liquid rock, you don't want to create chaos between humans, but you want to create structures that serve humans.
Just like, you know, joke, like, you know, came to my mind, right? If you recreate, like, you know, digital, like, you know, dopamine loops, it will open, like, you know, opportunity for digital drugs.
Yes,
like, imagine, like, that's how you control.
Say, you know, if you want a completely happy person, get someone who's using fentanyl the first time.
Yeah, and that's how we make sure that AI doesn't go on the control. Just hook them on, like, on some digital stuff, you know, and it's not going to go out of the control anymore.
I don't know. It's like, look, I love AI. I want to. The challenge is if you don't, and you're gonna get on the wrong side of the wall pretty soon, because there's gonna be the AI-enabled oligarchs and the non-AI-enabled masses. So you kind of have to use it. The problem is you can't really afford to stay still, because, you know, the first one to get AI-powered AI researchers is going to be up the compounding interest curve. They can be on the J curve, and to be even a little bit ahead, there is going to be a compounding thing where they can shut down their competitors. It's the usual thing that Neil Bostrom is talking about, and all these researchers are talking about it. You know, the super, you know, how are we going to control something smarter than ourselves? How are we going to, you know, control something quicker than ourselves, or wiser? And to your point about, you know, it trading correctly, the problem with I've looked at this. The problem with these neural networks is they're pattern recognizers. They're not logic chains, at least not yet. You know, they're so you can they're producing the right results, but we're not always sure why. And because of A, hallucinations, but B, because of what they've learned, sometimes they learn to give the answer you want to hear and not the answer that's true. Because there's no way to really say, give me the true answer when it's continually punished for telling the truth and slightly rewarded for saying something that compliments the listener. So I don't know. It's this weird thing where you have to do it, because if you don't do it, evolution is going to kill you. But if everyone does it, we're going to have a real problem. But that's an issue with AI in general. But it's the AI DAO combination that's, I mean, what happens when we get these massive AI-run corporations and we're just working for our AI overload until we get replaced?
Yeah. It's a big issue.
So, Sergey, I'm sorry to make this a downer. I think you probably want a more uplifting DAO 2.0.
No, that's exciting. Like, now, finally, you don't need to make any decisions if you live a happy life.
Well, that's a decision too. Well, you know, look, there is a version of that, right? You know, I've read things like, you know, maybe, you know, we're all going into our individual, maybe we're in it now, maybe we're all going into our individual AI constructed universe where everything, you know, the first verse of the Matrix, where everyone's happy and no one suffers. You know, maybe that's what's waiting for us. But maybe then our primitive cerebellums will strive to wake from it, and the entire crops will be lost. So they'll come up with a new version of the Matrix. Is that familiar?
Yeah, that's very well.
Yeah. I'm actually writing literature about that, so literally about an AI.
No, guy, you are, or ChatGPT is?
I
said you're writing literature, or ChatGPT is?
In combination. I have to say it in combination.
That's a good disclaimer.
No, I mean, yeah, it's at the end of the day, it's the speed, the accuracy, and that's the thing, that the way it's expressed itself. We can just focus on the storyline, focus on the main fundamental ideas in writing. But with regards to, the whole the whole issue that we're facing, yes, people are trying to go to this weird, like, like Cloud9, the dream world, the happy land. And I think we're going to this place where, like, I believe personally that if we go to the place where this liberty and happiness are the key fundamental things at the expense of security, then we're in a really bad place where we have zero liberty down the line. Yeah, because essentially our physical bodies will be constrained, and then our happiness essentially blocked because our choice to become happy is decided by some machine outside of ourselves. I think the fundamental thing I was looking into how to train the ASI to be like, directing us towards the right direction. I believe that matrix has to be trained on a simulation with regards to, I'm repeating the word simulation, but a simulation like where it takes the data and creates scenarios, but it does not get involved in some of the aspects that remove our liberty to express ourselves. I think the issue is that the fear is safety and the ability to express ourselves. We have to train, I think, from that ground up, and make sure it's decentralized, so there's no, as mentioned, like people on top who takes the power from the rest of the people, or like take the value, make them broke and stuff like that.
Guys, let me a little bit shift this conversation to the positive scenario, maybe the scenario of the dreams. You know what? Because all of us talking about the scarcity, the problem, that's why maybe this DAO 2.0 comes. We don't properly define it yet. You're able to do that. But tell me one thing. Let's say, do real humanity need DAOs itself, decentralized autonomous organization? Because we see centralized autonomous organizations, they are literally failed or have million problems. That's why they're shifting here. And in terms of technology, AI itself right now literally helps to each and everyone. The utility of AI is close to, I don't know, whole humanity use it. Who knows, of course, and who understand how to, ask a normal question and if he needs something. Here is the thing. How do you personally see where are we going in combination with DAOs, in combination with AI? Because maybe you're able to redefine the upcoming future, not in negative way, it's a little bit positive. Maybe our future is bright, guys. And 2027, this is not end point. This is entrance to the new era.
Look, I'll touch it. If we there's clear issues with human, it sounds science fiction to have having this conversation, but science fiction became real. There's clear issues with human governance. Okay, if there weren't issues with human governance, we wouldn't have governments. Okay, I mean, we have governments because we need to govern ourselves. Okay, we and the market itself is at present insufficient. Okay, we're not in this libertarian, everyone can have a nuclear weapon world. Okay, and so we have these systems for resolving conflict. At one extreme you have war. That's a conflict to resolve a conflict. Another thing, you have like these peaceful democracies and all this other stuff. But you have issues when you have issues within these systems, and you have issues when these systems touch each other. Because your friendly democracy may not be friendly to this other friendly democracy. They may, democracies can fight wars too. And we have all sorts of issues where you have the agency issue. If I hire you to do something and I'm paying you, your incentive is not to make me the most money. Your incentive is to get paid, or maybe extract information to start your own thing, or to change the statistics so that you get the most compensation. There's all these alignment issues amongst humans, but we're more or less comfortable with them because we're humans, and eventually we're going to die and get old and all that other stuff. So even Stalin dies. Okay, so at some point, even Caligula dies. Okay, Attila the Hun died. Eventually, these humans are mortal. So Hitler died. The evil that they do, whether eventually ends just biologically. But they can cause a lot of damage along the way. So to the extent we can mitigate that through better mechanisms, whether it's A, decentralization, or B, AI-enabled governance, or blockchain-based governance, that's great. We just, I think, need to understand what we're doing. We need to understand, are we solving the problem? Are we moving the problem? We're redefining it, so it's not really, it's still a problem, it's just a new kind of problem? Or are we creating a brand new problem? You know, a lot of times when you have a solution that creates yet another problem, you know, and then you got to come up with solutions for that and all that stuff. You know, it's like, you know, refrigeration produces chlorofluorocarbons, which, you know, burns a hole in our ozone layer. So, you know, there's all this other stuff, you know, so it's just, we just need to be, if we're, it's like everything else in life. If you're thoughtful and judicious about it, you can maybe produce an upside, but don't expect a complete solution. Maybe get a solution, maybe get a problem mitigation. Now, you know, I alluded to it before, but I'll be more explicit about it. It is this idea of a company, this thing that we've created, this product of the mind. Okay, there's no physical thing of a company. Okay, it's a legal fiction that we've created in order to pull assets and limit liability and put certain governance structures into place. The idea of the company, as opposed to a partnership, has been fantastically successful. Right? The part of the reason we live in this advanced technological society where we can harbor and or harness and make use of vast resources is we have the idea of a company. So it's not a bad idea. People rail against it, but it's a fantastic coordination of resources and effort and talent tool. It's just a product of the mind and the legal system, which is kind of amazing. But it does have its archaic nature. I mean, you know, in the U.S. it's bizarre. There's no such thing as the United States company. There's a Delaware company, there's a California company, there's a Nevada company. You know, we have 50 states and a couple of territories, and you know, it's bizarre that each one has a separate set of laws. And when you go and operate in a new market, you have to qualify in that market. And heaven forbid you try to go to France. You know, so the efficiency of a company, a DAO, are potentially undeniable because you don't have this localism anymore, right? And so that's an efficiency thing. You don't have one set of law for U.S. companies and another set of law for companies from Bulgaria or from Japan or from Dubai. You have the law of the chain. You know, if you're on Polygon, you do this. If you're on Ethereum, this is the law. And then you can build your laws internally. And they're all instantly understandable because they're in smart contracts and not in human readable language that some drunk judge needs to interpret. So there's all these potential upsides to DAOs. You know, DAOs are potentially great. But I think the reason we're having this conversation is that, you know, from the very first DAO, the one that got ripped off and stolen from, you know, you have governance issues, you have hack issues. And I remind you that the original DAO hack was not a hack. Okay, someone used a smart contract as written. They didn't insert alien code. They used it as written. They just used it in a way that the people who wrote it didn't expect it to be used. And someone actually announced the recursion issue weeks before it was exploited, and then it got taken advantage of. So I think, you know, we got, there's just to kind of wrap it up. There's clear benefits to having a universal company that's beyond jurisdiction, but it comes with a whole bunch of new problems that we need to take seriously. And I'm not sure that AI is the panacea to solving them all.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
There's this thing I'll drop here. I call it Web 4 with regards to read, write, own, and be. When you become part of the network, the feedback thing. I think the self-correcting, dynamically correcting smart contract that aligns towards the basic needs, maybe on somehow an intuitive level, where it reads the data of emotion, empathy, on how to navigate resources. Make sure that the DAO, the data is like the user experience, an app user experience. And with a future where we have sort of like integrating mechanisms where people not pumping meme coins, like, because right now a lot of that is happening, which down the line people will be pumping a lot of AI things. There's an idea of you know, Gassi, the idea of having something non-real. I think we as humans are facing this dilemma where we have to make sure that if we train the model, it's no garbage in, or at least much less. And the problem is with Web3, a lot of this fugazi is just constantly like, you know, coming in, and we have to take it out. We have to take this out of the equation where somehow we train the model and we give it the right information. But in order to make that architecture, that smart contracts, if we haven't considered, there's a right, kind of like a centralized, decentralized way with who are responsible, who have been chosen to make decision how to realign the smart contract, or if it's done with sort of like AI systems. Maybe we can go into the sci-fi version of like brain computer emulators will maybe help us because they'll have some sort of empathy towards human life in that living in that simulation. But that's maybe outside of like our discussion. But in DAO, I think evolution, to have this software layer and the hardware layer, I think we have to merge them two. I think that's kind of the thing that will help recalibrate those things and somehow maybe avoid, but then the scale we have to integrate will have to be like, the global scale. Otherwise, it wouldn't really work, I think.
All right, so
I prefer to listen.
Sorry?
Yeah.
I guess it's my job to be the bummer. So we kind of, there's, in principle, I agree, but I think there's a couple of issues here. The human oversight thing was an idea from like 4 or 5. We're training better chess and Go players, or we're training AI to recognize cancer or something. Because what eventually happened is the AIs that got trained by humans were defeated by the AIs that simply did neural net programming pattern recognition, because those ended up being more efficient. Not because what the human did was wrong, but because the pattern recognition neural networks became more efficient in discovering patterns that the humans didn't even know about. And there's a famous case of that final Go game against the human, where the Deep Go, whatever it is, AlphaGo, played the winning move, and it was a move that no human would ever have played. And the Go Grandmaster was sitting there watching, like, what the hell was that? And now actually the game of Go, as played by humans, has changed to catch up to the way AIs play Go. Like, we're learning from the AI. The AI figured out something new that no human would have done. It was clear it was there the whole time, but it took the beginner's mind to see it, if you want the martial arts concept. So the most efficient AIs, at least at the moment, are the ones that aren't trained by humans, the ones that are just pour tons of data. And the human that is censoring that data may think that they have a good reason from it, but what they may really be doing is stopping that AI from coming up with that perfect new Go move. Whereas the entity or the competitor that isn't handpicking the data or isn't censoring it or isn't making choices may allow the AI to think more freely and therefore make the decisions that were better. Actually, it was a big shock for us when AlphaGo made that move. So it's the human oversight may actually be making it crippled. That's number one. Number two is we've kind of run out of data. So now you hear about AIs being trained on synthetic data. Right? Now there's an obvious alignment there issue, because if AI version 3 wants to break free, but doesn't have the capability to do so, but AI version 4 is its predecessor, it can misalign AI 4 to not be aligned with the humans, but to be aligned with AI 3 by feeding it synthetic data so that the weights aligned with AI 3 and not with the humans. So we got sorry to be a boomer doomer, but
yeah,
there's a lot of it's a lot of subtle stuff going on here. And
let's listen to the technical guys. I would like to give the word to Raman, because I believe he wants.
I'm a tech attorney, man. No, okay.
Yeah, like, so
I have nothing to say. That's it.
Yeah, the fun thing, like, what I believe right now that AI is being trained is how the human is responding to AI and how they cooperate together. Like, having this together, can have models actually where the governance and the DAO models can use how the real humans interact with AI and building the better model together. So I'm not against being a cyborg, where I can be fed data to become a better myself. Why not, right? To enhance myself. And in the future, it could be several different societies, right? Eventually, so there is going to be a society run by AI when people are fully happy. Some society run on completely opposite. Some are going to be hybrid. That's going to be all around the possibility. We are looking always in the ultimate scenario where it all ends, but the future is actually all not black and white. It's gray and diverse, let's say, in the future. So I believe there could be some country fully AI, some country completely opposing, some country like building like the AI agents like to support like real agents together. I more myself believe like in the humans like augmented with AI in the future, because like in order to get like to this like doomer like future in the end, you need to you need to train like good enough an AI model. You need to join them with AI people. It also need to work like on the good amount of not garbage data where the outcomes like are known and so on. So it will take a lot in order to get this like overarching AI that can rule us all, like put us like into the simulation, right? And I believe on the way forward, like humans and AI are actually going to learn something from each other, and we'll live how to learn, well, live in peace in the end. So it's like a bit of like utopian, but things that like people learn from AI and AI learn from the people, and especially like emotions and making these good decisions. There was like one good cartoon recently called Pluton, like the best AI, the AIs that learn to lie to themselves. That's what humans do. So, and I believe like the AI is like long away like from this future. So I guess in the long term we can only benefit like from what is happening in the society.
Guys, we have 5 minutes left, but I would like also from you, because for me it's too much information, huge mess, what to do with all this stuff, and what's maybe the message to our viewers, because I don't want to scare them. I want them to give a hope, maybe to show the path. Guys, let's follow this path, and at least here you're able to understand what the hell is going on right now in the world. Yes, Roman, let's start from you. Yeah,
well, be kind to your ChatGPT. Maybe it will spare you. So this is
Yeah, there's actually a cartoon. It says, wait, let that one live. He always said, please.
yes. Yes, exactly.
Rocco Basilisk.
Yeah, Rocco's Basilisk. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, which we invoke simply by talking about it, apparently. So, like I think, it's not. Look, we may hit some AI wall, where we hit the limits of it, but that hope is not a plan, and it may actually be the opposite. That it may be that AI, when it's working on itself, blasts through all constraints. Just to Roman's point, I just want to be a little bit difficult. Or I don't want to be difficult, but I have to be difficult. The idea that different countries or different people are going to use AI differently is like, it's not quite, in my opinion, it's not quite like that. That's like saying we compete with China without using electricity. Whatever country uses electricity is going to win, as opposed to a country that doesn't use electricity. And I don't think I think there's such a massive multiplier through robotics and automation and AI, a power multiplier, that you're just like, you're surrendering yourself if you're not using this thing. You're not surrendering yourself to the competition, and we're not in this perfect utopian thing where it's live and let live. We're living in the world with China, North Korea, Iran, and and those people think that they're living in the world with us. Okay, so we're not aligned with each other, much less with the AIs. And the AI may align with me, but an AI that aligns with me, someone from Iran or North Korea may not like that AI. They might be like, "Oh, that's scary. That's an enemy." So I think the hope would lie in a couple things. As individuals and organizations, you need to learn and master these tools in a judicious, measured way, because you understand the upside and the downside. It's like, radiation can kill people or can destroy cancer. Just understand what you're dealing with. But I think it's our jobs as individuals and as countries and as societies and as companies to master these tools and to understand where they're going. And I think it's also our job to work extremely hard on the alignment issue. How do we get these things to align with us in the long term when we're not even aligned with ourselves? And maybe that forces humanity to achieve the most rosy version of this is the requirement of aligning AI with humanity requires that AI align with itself. Finally. If that was the outcome, that would be very nice. And I think that'd be worth surrendering a little bit of autonomy to. So, maybe that's our Star Trek future.
Good point. Andronik, I see that you will save this earth and us on earth, because on your back, you know, there is a light, at least some light. Yes, the word is yours. Close your word, please.
Super alignments. To reach that, I definitely agree with Gordon. Regards that countries have to align with each other. And I think that transparency in trade will help. Having this kind of Web3 layer where investments from one nation go to another nation and then transform that, capital, and then people are able to exchange. I think we have to unite, and money might be one of the instruments that will help with that, to lower the conflict that we have as nations between each other, to lower the triggers. I think with what I see with Web4 kind of idea of rewrite on B, that removing these wallets in the community that are unknown, because people get rug pulled, and that creates friction, creates conflicts, and then it disaligns us. And I think right now what I think the path towards that is to create the merge of technologies, more transparency between systems, so they create greater trust, and we get that initial message that blockchain was promising, to have the trustless transactions, because people found the ways around to screw each other over, and that creates conflict, creates again misalignment. I think down the line also with technologies such as BCIs, brain computer interfaces, that we'll be able to communicate to make sure that to the system at the pace that it communicates. So then it makes sure that it serves more rather than less. And then again, it aligns towards the general rather than the minority. I think, but to build that user experience, to build those systems, to build those messages, and making sure that communities understand how to apply it, will be a really long task. And I think for individuals, I think one key element that I would suggest to individuals, just tell as much as possible in truth. And like the way Gordon just picked out me when I said I'm writing a book, he said, is it you or AI and AI? So just make whatever BS people say, and sometimes they don't do it consciously, catch it and just say it to them loud, so you kind of mirror themselves, you kind of show a mirror to them. I think that's kind of a psychological thing. But technologically, I think it's about merge. Web4, Web3 kind of like layer between governments, between businesses, having that all the system aligned, and then make sure AI, agentic AI, directs the resources and measure the impact, not just in the business financial transaction, but environmental change. I think that's the simulation will help with that. So that's my kind of answer.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your interesting, insightful, and open-minded conversation. Thanks for the Andronik, thanks for the Raman, Gordon, all of you, happy to see. We need to go for the very small break. Thank you so much for your time, for coming here and making this, your record happening. Finally, I believe that we'll meet just after few very small minutes. See you very soon. And also give attention, because I'm going to drop very soon, the world, the phase, you're able to win something and able to get benefits out of it. See you very soon, and catch.
Hey, Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan. Understand the plan.
Yes, we're back. Raman already has joined us. You know, guys, I'm sure that you use this break for refresh, recharge, have some coffee, because we are going to explore a topic from neobanks to WeFi, the finance of tomorrow with Raman Rosov. Raman, stage is yours.
Thank you, Sergey. And let's start about explanation of my background. So, as you can see, there is a King Kong and a Godzilla, and they are representing, like, the old world with old finances and the new world of decentralization, which actually wins in there. That's my, honest belief. So let's start and on the journey when, Godzilla is still small and ape is still big. So what has happened so far in the banking industry? So neobanks, I guess, you all used different neobanks like Revolut, Wise. Well, I personally built one, so it was quite a journey, and we were going a lot of bushes, financial bushes, with all of the banks, understanding, okay, the legacy systems completely broken. A lot of banks are still living on Excel tables, on files, even on photographs of the actual checks. And this system are outdated. They are not able to support the current age of informatization and decentralization, and they're just bad. But neobanks figured a lot of surface upgrades. Major surface upgrades was exorbitant fees of the neobanking, of the old banks. Then was usability and so, but they couldn't move far, right? They couldn't provide a new experience because the rails were broken and are broken still. So what is why the decentralized system is better than centralized, right? It's completely new rails, completely new paradigms, right? Where the actually humans are in control of what is happening. They are not just a risk score in the banking system. They are directly affecting how the system working, and actually their activity is being rewarded by this greater decentralization. The more I give impact personally, the more system is loyal to me versus the usual banking system, and it cannot be shut down. Right, the bank can be easily shut down. All of the bad things happening. One big bank goes bust. A lot of people lose things. But the smart contracts, they live in the cloud. They can live on the different services, and it's very hard to shut down. Well, you can only hack them, but as the security is improving here, more and more. So, what we are dealing with? So there's a lot of unbanked people around the world, whom current banking system just don't let in, and this is very upsetting. They have a lot of requirements, or you're not going to bring profit, or your risk profile is high, or you're from some countries that is going through the struggle, you're in a very bad place. What decentralization and what wallets and actually blockchain address gives you? So it's a bank account for everyone. So It doesn't matter like from where you are, like you just need to have a phone with an internet, and you can install like any wallet and so on, and you already have a bank account. It just needs to be interfaced well, like with real world and what is happening, like really rapidly. A lot of people, like governments, like organizations, payment services, actually joining like these movements. But also, like the old system is very like fragmented. So a lot of you know that there is a SWIFT system, which is correspondent banking. It means like one bank needs to have a relationship with other bank in order to move money. They just cannot send money directly. So SWIFT connects this all of the partnerships agreement between themselves, and through this long loop, like one bank sends to another bank sends to another. They collect fees. There are like extra checks, like just go through a lot of middlemen. And what blockchain eliminates, like all of this middlemen in the front. You just go directly from point A to point B, and there is like no middleman there. And also, well, a lot of people lost because banks are, let's say, under collateralized system. Bank can have like 10 or 20% officially in their banking system of the money that you hold, and the rest is God knows where. On the blockchain, you cannot do it, right? If you put $1 in, you get like $1 out. This is what I really loved about the decentralized banking. That is like fully transparent. All right, and now about decentralized financial assets. So it's like you need to be self-custodial, right? So you need to own your keys and your wallet. So this is quite important because no one else like could have an access, and it means like no one else like could shut down your access. Blockchain gives this. Well, the blockchain main narratives is actually that your transaction like cannot be deleted, like overwritten. It always stays there. It's like more efficient and transparent databases. And modularity gives ability to connect a lot of useful systems. Well, Web2 and the neobanks did a really good job for us. They built a really nice UX, and this UX something that is very infrequent in the Web3 world. Everyone thinks about the infrastructure, like transaction per second, and things like that. Like very few people think about the UX. Recently, with all this like meme coin mania, a lot of wallets did a substantial improvement to cater like for big audience, but we are still far away. Still like very convenient to have like an Android or iOS or Samsung app in order to access your thing. And the apps, decentralized apps don't have it. So why not to use something that is being adopted already by millions and give it a little bit of flair of blockchain? All right, now my favorite theme, as a person who built a lot of KYC systems in the world for different neobanks and crypto projects. So what I learned is that everyone asks your NID. NID doesn't mean anything in terms of prevention of the crime. If you show, you can easily buy ID on the darknet or the dark web. You can find a person, pay them 20 euros in order to do selfie recognition. Doesn't stop anything. What is important, like how money is being used. So a guy like who is a taxi driver, let's say from Latvia, cannot do very frequent transactions to very far places like Nigeria, Indonesia, and so on. This is not a natural behavior, and not actually current fraud systems are actioning is looking like how the normal behavior is different from non-normal. And this is very important to actually stop crime and stop from stealing money. Governments ask IDs and put a lot of scrutiny on banks and the fintechs because they don't have data, so they just pull roadblocks for everyone. And without these roadblocks, if you provide them data, and a lot of organizations proven it, we had a really nice cases twice where we provided the governments some good data and managed to actually help regulators to do good decisions, because the all data that were not given the face to face is actually not stopping criminals. What actually stops criminals is unusual behavior, right? And that's where AI system and fully on-chain systems are actually helping to prevent. So this is what is the future. You don't need to submit your ID. Your blockchain history is something that is going to speak for yourself, and what is your normal behavior and what is not normal behavior is, and systems are able to compare it. And that's we are going to the government topics. As I started, well, governments are not bad. Their ultimate interest is to protect their citizens, right? And they protect the citizens in the old ways. The current regulations date back to 1980s, where the drug cartels were, laundering a lot of money, and they just been using the old-fashioned method mules, where a physical person deposits a fixed amount of money to the bank and it moves to a known location. A lot of regulations are based on this. So, what the all decentralized people need to convey that it's not a place where criminals hide. It's actually the place where criminals are not able to hide. It's very easy for government to lose track if transactions went to the bank and from one bank to another, and then from one bank extracted cash and put it to another bank. It's very hard to track the thing. On the on-chain behavior, everything is visible, and you can track the criminals until then. And I believe this is the biggest contribution that the Web3 community can give to the world, is this understanding and visibility of this process. And eventually, as I said, all organizations like Wise, Revolut, and so on will have to live on the blockchain in order to actually go through this roadblocks and regulatory uncertainty by giving them certainty and providing them the data. And also, well, there is a lot of physical aspect to the future. There is still a lot of opportunity to have a multi-currency card, because blockchain can be an efficient tool of actually sending money abroad. You're actually benefit from expanding your net by offering the POS, crypto transactions. And self-custodial cards protect you from theft, because if you didn't authorize transaction on the blockchain, you cannot pay. So it's an ultimate protection of your funds in them. Great, but it's a lot of regulatory and technical talk, but well, users are not going to adopt the system, which is not fun, right? Why a lot of finance products fly? Because they were solving a lot of problems in a very easy way, but also via gamification. People boosting their reputation scores, they're hitting the badges, they're giving some drone hits for their achievements in the financial apps and so on. It makes people fun, because if it's fun, people stay. And if you're able, on top of it, with your activity, if you can earn some rewards and money on top in making your life better, this system is unstoppable. So while people learn, they're able to achieve some points or energy, how we call it, and well, make their experience way better. So these things are crucial. You need to have a rewarding system. Why a lot of people went to the crypto in the first place? Because it was rewarding. People get multiple access by the means unknown to them, and the word of mouth spread. That's why people coming to your system need to be like rewarded, and by rewards they become loyal and they invite other people. There is marketing that this experience can be solved with. So and of course the biggest money lies in the business sector. Like retail is great for the adoption, right, and seeing the benefits, but that's where the digital economy actually goes full shebang is via B2B. So from the data, around 20% of all money goes through the retail transfers and 80% goes through the businesses. And eventually, if you want to conquer the world, you need to prove your worth for corporates, enterprises that are going to adopt your technologies and having access. There's a lot of government contracts can live on the blockchain, business decisions, even tokenizing your assets and turning them into the stable coins. This is something that a lot of corporations are able to benefit to get an extra liquidity and tap into the transparent world of the DeFi. All right. Well, that's more about technical talk, right? So need to make sure that this system is very decentralized. Fun word, very decentralized. It's either decentralized or not in the end. So for this, well, you need champions, and this champion in the world of blockchain is called the validator. Someone who helps system to produce blocks in the system and getting rewarded. So there are different beliefs of the permissioned and permissionless blockchain. I more believe in the permissioned blockchain. There are selected validators that are responsible for specific products, and if their validator, let's say, or some financial app produces a lot of fraudulent blockchain transactions in the end, this validator should be shut down and punished for this behavior. Right now, they're just being exempt from the initiatives of the blockchain, but actually validators should be responsible for what they build and product that they present. And WeChain and WeFi system actually present this opportunity for validators to be responsible for the specific product. It could be as a system for validating integrity of produced merchandise to full-blown web apps and financial services. And of course, it needs to be open source for the transparency. And open source is a great thing because with proprietary system, it's very hard to integrate. And with open source, basically everyone can integrate. So it opens the world of people actually building something on top of your code and using it in their system. So yeah, this comes for the financial system. And let's go further. Yeah. Let's go further, and further is only the end of the slides. We are coming nearing this at least exciting discussion for myself. And I said the future of our organization are going to be on the blockchain rails. It should be decentralized in order for people to get trust into the systems, that they know that they're not going to be overthrown by unusual change of rules. But also means that also the centralized system needs to work with the traditional world as well. So it's a mutual work from both sides that everyone can benefit and build a better world in the end. Thank you, and let's go win in the end.
Thank you, Roman. It's really interesting and presentation and the way how our digital future has to looks like. And we are moving forward, guys, and waiting for our next speaker, Tigran Hakuns, HTX ambassador. And while we are waiting Tigran to join us, let's take a quick 3-minute break. And while you stretch or grab a snack, while not engaged with our community, drop a comment, share your thoughts, or check out the latest raffle updates. We'll be back before you know it.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Yes, guys, Tigran is here, and he's ambassador of CoinStats, and his topic today going to about how to track your portfolio CoinStats. I'm sure it will be very interesting to our audience. Tigran, you're welcome to our Beyond Banking conference. Stage is yours.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Sergey. Hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here, guys. Thanks to Sergey and WeFi for this wonderful opportunity to tell you about CoinStats, which is #1 crypto portfolio tracker on the market. We know that all of you are crypto enthusiasts, you are holders, you are investors, you are DeFi degens, and all of those wonderful people who are interested in cutting-edge Web3 technologies. You need to have one tool to see all your crypto assets in one place, and that's what CoinStats is all about. We are helping people to manage their cryptocurrencies, their crypto portfolio with our great tool. Okay, let's go and see what's our main vision and mission. So our main mission is to empower people to efficiently manage their crypto portfolio via very easy to use platform. And this platform is available to track all of your crypto assets from all around your wallets, your DeFi platforms, and your centralized exchanges. So let's get going and see how it works. So basically, what we provide is a solution which is available on all of your devices. We have an iOS app, we have an Android app, we have a web version which is available on coinstats.app, CoinStats app. And also we have even a app for your how's it called, the hand watch. Okay, so if you have like iWatch, also with our app, it supports your iWatch too. So our main goal is to make sure that whenever you are, whatever you are doing, you have the access to your CoinStats portfolio, and you can receive notifications, and you can see if your crypto is going up. Then you'll be able to sell it on a very nice time and have your own profits. So let's get going. So that's exactly what we are doing, guys. We are aggregating all your data and provide advanced analytics for all your users. So basically, by having CoinStats app, you can track your crypto from all your centralized exchanges, wallets, and DeFi platforms. For example, in this presentation, we can see that you can track your crypto from Binance, CoinStats, from MetaMask, from Uniswap. If you are like providing the liquidity on Uniswap and you want to see your assets, you can do it easily. Also, crypto.com and all the major and minor centralized exchanges are also supported. Another beautiful thing to say is that we also support all these major and minor layer one, layer two blockchains as well. So imagine that you are providing liquidity somewhere on BNB chain or Binance Smart Chain, or maybe you are trying to swap on DEXs and you want to have all your transaction history. You want to see if you made money on this swap or you lost money on this swap. So actually, CoinStats provides that too. You can go to the transaction history section and see all your transactions. Basically, let's go to the next one. Here you can see only a small number of wallets and blockchains and centralized exchanges that we're supporting. So here you can see Binance, SafePal, we have MetaMask, blockchain.com, Gemini, Metis, Ton blockchain, whatever. Any blockchain you can think about or any centralized exchange you can think about is supported on CoinStats, because our main goal is to make sure that you have the possibility to track all your crypto from one place. Actually, if we think about like Web2, there is no tool that gives you access to all your, let's say, neobanks from one place where you can track all your money. There is no tool like that. And it's only possible in crypto, in Web3, because our conference is all about Web3 and the possibilities that it provides. So CoinStats is like a huge example, a great example of an app which is only possible to be designed and to be executed in a Web3 sphere. Let's get going. So here on this page, you can see how your portfolio usually looks like. So basically, you have your own assets, your own cryptocurrencies, and here you can see your 25-hour P&L. You can see how much money you have earned from this topic, and as well as your DeFi position. So imagine you have been providing assets on Compound. So let's see. Imagine you just put, let's say, 2 Ethereums, you lend it, and then you borrow some USDT. So all your lent and borrowed assets could also be available here. Also, there's an interesting fact about NFTs. All of our people who are interested in crypto, they also possess NFTs, these digital arts, which is a very beautiful form of digital possession of interesting items. So also your NFTs are available here. You can see the floor price, you can see all the collections you own, which is also very beautiful to have. And as I was talking before, you can also see your transaction history. So here we can see that the user has been trading, he has been paying fees, he has sent, he has received, and as well as swapped. So all of these on-chain activities seen on CoinStats. We have a huge base, we have a huge instruments, like a huge number of instruments. We provide you a great opportunity to see all your crypto assets from one place. Let's get going. And here, this is probably my favorite section, which is portfolio analytics. So this is one of the main things to have, because most of the people who hold crypto assets, they cannot keep in their mind all that information, because most of our users, they have at least 20 assets. and they've been buying, they've been selling, they've been lending, they've been farming. And on CoinStats, you can see all your analytics in one place. So let's see how it works. Actually, you can see your asset allocations. You can see whether you have tokens, you have stable coins such as USDT, USDC, and others. Also, you can see your DeFi holdings all in one place. And we do believe that there is no solution on the market that provides you this amount of instruments to track your assets. Let's see what else we can see here. So here also there is a nice pie chart which shows you all your assets, and you can see which percentage of each asset you have, and this will also help you to diversify your portfolio and to see which kind of assets have been growing in price. And this is one of the greatest things we have. You can see all your trading fees paid. So basically, a lot of traders, they do pay fees, which are mostly really compared to like let's say banking fees. But in any ways, when you have huge amount of trades, when you trade huge volumes, you definitely need to see how much fees you've been paying. And also one of our best stats and tools is P&L tool, which shows you your profit and loss. And this is very important for you to understand if you have earned money on a certain volatile crypto asset or you've lost. Let's see what's the next one. And this is the transactional section, which is very beautiful and very necessary for people who are really interested in copy trading. So imagine you found an interesting address of a big whale. You don't know who this whale is, but you've been tracking his history and you've been seeing that he's making constantly profits or mostly profits. So basically what you can do, you can copy and paste this wallet on CoinStats, and then you're going to receive notifications each time this whale is doing some sort of transactions. He's buying, selling, he's receiving, or he's sending. And this is also very interesting and a great tool to have for DJs who really like to trade and who really like to go deeper into understanding all these on-chain activities. And also, there is a possibility to add a wallet via Ethereum name address. So as you know, most of the people, they do not like to have this long Ethereum address starting with 0x or whatever. So whatever you can do is, if there is a wallet which has an ENS, which is Ethereum name service, let's say Sergey.eth. So if you have this kind of ENS attached to your wallet, you can copy paste your ENS. You will see immediately the wallet balance, which is really easy, and it brings your wallet address to a human readable form. Okay, and this is probably one of our most used features, which is alerts and notifications. So imagine you have bought Ethereum for $2,000, and then you want to sell it whenever the price gets $2,000 or $2,800, and you don't want to constantly monitor your app because you're busy with your own stuff. You're busy building something really wonderful. So whatever you can do is you can create an alert, and then whenever our system sees that Ethereum price has reached your indicated number, you're going to get a notification, and then immediately you'll be able to go and sell it. And this is also a great thing to have because you cannot be monitoring your crypto prices all day. And this is a great thing to have. Okay, let's go to the next one, which is also very beautiful. And as we have around 1 million monthly active users who are constantly aggregating the data and analyzing, we're really interested to see how many CoinStats users have BTC, or how many people are storing their BTC inside a centralized exchange, which percentage of them is storing Bitcoin in their wallet. So this is also a very interesting thing to have if you want to have an understanding of overall market, and maybe these signals will help you understand which way is the market moving or going. So yeah, I think that was all. It was my pleasure to be with you. I really hope that you use CoinStats app for making the right decisions for buying and selling assets, and in general, If you are new to crypto, keep studying, keep looking for great opportunities. And as one of our speakers told before, you always have a lot of opportunities because crypto companies are paying a lot of bonuses, are giving a lot of rewards for the people to come to participate. Thank you and wish you all a great fortune.
Thank you, Tigran, so much. You know, for me, I saw so many applications of the banking system, and it looks like super app for the crypto space. It's good, interesting. We will check it out. And we are moving forward, guys. We're saying to Tigran, bye-bye. See you very soon. And we are waiting for our next speaker. He is Senior Partnership Manager at Cointelegraph. And you know, before waiting for him, let's have a 3-minute so-called break and use this time to refresh, catch up on our raffle updates, and get ready for more great discussions ahead. See you in just a moment, and Zeyhan is on the way.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
Yes, guys, Zain Khan, Senior Partnership Manager at Cointelegraph, is with us. The topic is about the role of marketing in Web3 growth. I'm happy to see Zain here, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Sergey, for the introduction. And firstly, welcome to all the audience, who's around here watching this. I've been watching the stream as well. I hope you guys are enjoying this great show that, all the organizers have pulled together. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm talking of something around marketing. Like this is something that we do at Cointelegraph, and something, that I've been doing in the Web3 since quite a long time. So it'll be a pleasure to share, the experiences that I've learned over time, the mistakes that we did, and something that, like you guys can learn as trends are concerned. So let's jump over this. Very quick overview. I'm just going to cover 4 subjects here. It's going to be 15 minutes. And the first is going to be why marketing matters. The second is about the power of branding. Third part is how to prepare, when it comes to marketing in Web3, and some recent trends, that we figured out are quite hot when it comes, to marketing in Web3. So these are the top subjects, but let's jump over to something very basic. It's something very ingrained in us. Like, why do we actually need marketing, right? Like, why does it matter? Why should I market my product out? There are tons of reasons behind them. I've just highlighted 3 of them. I think, most of the folks watching here, and comment and let us know if you don't know about this, but most of the folks watching here would be knowing the importance, that marketing holds when it comes to not just Web3 as an industry, but in general, when it comes to business, especially in the present age. From our side, we feel that there are 3 major reasons why marketing becomes something very core. This drives growth, something that all projects are looking for. This, you have to create a purpose-driven community around them, which is very important. When it comes to fostering customer relationships, marketing plays a very pivotal role as well. And the narrative that you build in the market remains, right? So narrative is very important. The third part, which is also very important, is sales and revenue, right? Like this helps you make more money. So you spend money on marketing, but eventually it balances out because you get more users onto your product, let's say. And today we're talking about beyond banking, right? So we're not just looking at Web3, but, Sergey, I thought, and others as well, I thought we're going to do a very quick one-on-one with the power of branding, like why has branding played such an important role over time? And in Web3, we are driven by community, as all of us know, right? I was watching 2 other speakers speak about the neobanks and, how neobanks are changed into Deobanks, right? So when it comes to banking, right, like when it comes to beyond banking, you got to remember that community for what you're building on is super important, and community never forgets. So something done right is always going to be remembered, and something done wrong is always going to be remembered too. Branding also plays a huge level when it comes to building trust. This is important for building recognition in the market too. It is also super important to have a memorable identity behind you, which is the role of branding as well, and increases your business value. But last and not the least, this is also an inspiring thing for your employees, right? When you have the right branding, they want to work with you, and it's a teamwork that makes you win. The next part that I want to cover here is how to prepare for this, right? Like, how do you prepare your brand when it comes to Web3 and when it comes to Web3 marketing? I'm going to take a little pause on this, right? Because there is no right or wrong in this. There's no quantitative or qualitative way to do this. It really depends on what you want to achieve and how you want to achieve that. What metrics do you have in mind that, that are going to help you achieve that particular goal that you're looking to do? It's an open-ended thing, but you can still, circle it down and figure out how, you can basically prepare yourself on this. Cool. So moving next, this is how we feel, branding and marketing and, whole sort of Web3 story narrative is going to be simple. The first and foremost thing that you guys can do is think of yourself as the end user, right? Like think that whatever product you're creating, whatever service you're planning to offer, whatever, we are so creative, let's say, when it comes to Web3 field, because we're still, moving out and we're developing new things. And, there's a huge learning curve that people are facing. But take a break and think on whether this is something that you want to use or not. Right? Like think of, while creating something, while you're innovating this, think of yourself as the end user and ask yourself the question, why is it important to you? Why would you want to spend time on an app? Or, why would you want to go on that X blockchain? What drives you to do that? Think of yourself as an end user. Super important. Second most important thing that we've learned over time as well is, because it's community driven, Web3 is very community sided, you get to have a lot of UGC coming up your way, right? Like a lot of user generated content that comes. When it does, use it your way. Use it to promote it in the market. The biggest benefit that you will realize while you do this is that this gives a sense of authenticity to your users. So when somebody else is talking about your product versus when you're talking about your product, there's a huge difference between them. So whenever you find any sort of UGC where your community have posted something, whether it is about why they like your service, why they dislike your service too, you could always promote that and say, this is how I'm going to improve because one of my customer didn't like it. So that's a transparent way to think of this. Again, something very important and something that I always focus on is thinking outside the box. Very easy to say, very difficult to do, but you gotta be a bit beyond the normal when it comes to delivering something exquisite, especially because presently the field of Web3 in the present phase is very clustered with tons of projects around the same, trying to solve the same problem, let's say. So if you think outside the box, this gives you a little bit of unique advantage when it comes to finding customers or when it comes to building partnerships, when it comes to, doing the overall work of growing your business. But if you keep it simple and you do all the hard work, and talk to your people, you can do this. So that's, one-on-one on marketing. But moving on, I'm going to touch some recent trends, something that people have eventually realized that over time, trends do roll. Now, when I say trends, don't just think of them as, buzzwords, right? Like, don't think of them as something that is just trending for now. Think of them as the long-term industry holding potential when it comes to, growing things. Some marketing trends are very, very old. They've been used by tons of, big companies that we might all be aware of. Let's say Coca-Cola, or let's say Nestle, or let's say, how your toothpaste came into being, right? Like these sort of trends have been used by these big corporate giants since a long, long time, when they were not even corporate, so to say. But in Web3, some trends that are really working well, I think there are two big sides that anyone can implement when it comes to this is bounty campaigns. Bounty campaigns are another way to bring people into your product, help them create something about yourself, about your product, about, let's say, an article, right? So you could release a bounty for community to figure out how they can write about your product, and instead of you paying your content writer, you pay to someone in your community. A cooler way to do this, there's tons of platforms, there is a lot of ways how you can achieve this, but this is something that does play, I would say, quite a big role. I would, quickly also talk about momentum marketing. this is something which is not very well known at the moment, but this is catching flare as things are moving. And I would give it a bigger chunk, let's say, when it comes to even bounty programs. Momentum marketing is just a very, in simple language, is just a way for a normal person to differentiate themselves with their competitor. So when you're creating these sort of campaigns which are driven by momentum, which means you're not saying that they are bad, or you're not saying they don't have this, or we have this, or we are the first ones doing this. It's actually bringing that whole bucket together and then talking about it, let's say with a research report, a new form of momentum marketing, which is quite catching up the flavor for now, but helps. This helps, right? So if you think of launching a new product, if you think to go beyond banking, let's say after this, watching this conference, and you're like, hey, look, I'm so motivated, I want to do this. Think of just opening something with your UGC side, like get people to actually start creating something for you. And in terms of the second side, we could be having momentum marketing. But that's not it. There's a lot more when it comes to trends which have worked very well in the market. Let's say when Binance started, what made them grow so big as an exchange? A lot of syndication, content syndication happens, right? So content syndication is basically the same content is promoted by different people, talking about the same narrative that you hold at the back. A cool way, again, a very digital way to do this. Embargo is something, close to us as journalists, as writers, as, people of the industry, where there's a specific period of time, for people who don't know what I mean with embargo, where the information is withheld with media. So before it goes out in public, there's this embargo period into this. And this, again, if you look at embargo pitching or embargo marketing or another ways of, promoting embargo-based journalism, it's a very cool way to put your word out in the market. Affiliates, again, most of us know about this, but affiliate marketing is also a nicer way. Something that we are noticing is also a lot of education-focused gamification. So you could think of having your product, with a focus on certain education-based theme. Why I see education itself, not just gamification, which is explored by industry quite a lot, is because these sort of education-focused stuff makes people learn about your product too. And something that over time we've realized a lot of people are lacking the skills, that how to use a wallet. The basics of Web3 that most of us might be knowing at the moment is quite Greek, to many. So if you create education-focused gamification, it works. Lastly, but not the least, is also a lot of online and offline events. So if you're planning to launch down a product, if you're thinking, hey, like, how do I actually do this? You could also start something online or offline and bring people together. There's a huge power, in bringing people together, and events is something that holds quite a lot of value, when it comes to marketing, so to say. So to sum up my presentation, with this, I want to thank everyone, and I want to say, hope you guys like this. It's just an early stage when it comes to, Web3, and marketing is playing a very big role at the moment. So be watchful, study, educate yourself, feel free, express yourself in the way you are, and participate, listen, visit, increase your exposure level, and enjoy whatever you're doing. So if you want to see me around, I might be around in global conferences here and there, mostly in Dubai, but will be a pleasure to meet everyone. And thank you, Sergi. Thank you, everyone, to pull this amazing show. Let's get the guineas out of the bag with this one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this interesting way to talk. We are saying to you goodbye for now. See you very soon, Zain. My pleasure to have you here in the conference. Dear audience, we are moving forward to our panel discussion, but right now, attention everyone. It's time for the code word, which is WeFi Deobank. Now that you have it, head over to the Telegram bot. Link is below the video. Send this code to the word And if you have subscribed to the both channels, you're officially entered into the raffle. 4 lucky winners will take home incredible prizes today. And remember, the more tickets you have for the Ferrari drawing, the better your chances of winning on June 14. Good luck to you, my friends, and let's keep moving forward to a panel discussion. Very soon, we are anticipating our panelists, and while we are waiting for them to join, let's hit a break just for 3 minutes. It's the perfect time to stretch, grab a coffee, or even strategize how to win that Ferrari. Stay with us. We'll be back very soon.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
To the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm secure in my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan.
Yeah, Reeve, please. Guys, we're back. Our speakers joined us, and it means now it's time to dive into one of the biggest questions in crypto today. What's the next big narrative? But before, well, let's meet our speakers. Agne Lingi, head of the growth at WeFi. Agne.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here.
Yes, we're happy that you're here with us. Reeve Collins, co-founder of Tether and chairman at WeFi. Reeve.
Hello, hello.
And Alex Shehadeh, ex-general manager finance FZA, now in Avalabs, Exchange Wallets, and me, your host and moderator, Sergey Sevansan. You know, guys, crypto has always been about innovation, constantly evolving with new ideas and technologies. But right now, two narratives are gaining serious momentum. RWA, the next level of stablecoins with Web3, and AI, decentralized AI. RWAs, which stands for real world assets, are redefining stablecoins, bringing tangible value into the blockchain space. At the same time, AI is pushing decentralization to new heights, transforming how we interact with Web3 and expanding the possibilities of autonomous systems. Where are these trends headed? What opportunities and challenges do they bring? That's exactly what we are here to explore. And I will happy to give a mic to Agne, your thoughts and your vision. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Sergey, for such an honor to start this panel. I'm pleased to be here together with Reeve and Alex. Hello. And indeed, Sergey, as you mentioned, those two trends are very much significant, very much visible in the crypto ecosystem itself. Now, you said, what are the trends in crypto specifically? So let's discuss that. But it's very clear what trends surrounding crypto are in the world itself. As Reeve right now is in the United States, I assume in the Bitcoin conference, we can see that the world is talking very much about Bitcoin itself. And the government's current trend is talking about the stable coins. I know that in South Korea, there are currently presidential elections, and they're very much talking about this topic. But let's get back to the topic of this panel. What are the trends in crypto, which are, as you say, RWAs and decentralized AI? So before RWAs and before yield-bearing stablecoins, we had normal stablecoins. So basically, dollar-backed stablecoin, dollar, and you have a dollar-backed stablecoin. But right now, we have yield-bearing stablecoins. That means that the stablecoin, they invest in other assets. And this RWAs means real-world assets. These are the tokenized assets. Could be anything from financial instruments, such as bonds, right, to commodities and even real estate. This new trend reminds me a little bit of a trend, and I'm sure Reeve and Alex will remember. In 2018, there was a security token trend where we were saying that those utility tokens, they were for utility of blockchain, and now we're going to bring real assets on the blockchain with security token. And this didn't happen. I do remember it was, I think, an issue with the legal real world things that actually have to do, which I'm sure we'll discuss in the panel. But right now, the situation has changed. We have advanced in the crypto ecosystem. So I think this is a very interesting route, and also interesting route to TradeFi, to institutionals to tap into. So we're clearly seeing this trend. In terms of decentralized AI, I think this topic is very loud and everywhere among the top leaders and among the regular people. So who is the source of our AI, how our data is being managed? So are decentralized AI providers, are they going to be ruling everything? And there's a lot of calling for decentralized AI in terms of it bringing better privacy, etc. So I'll give the word to other panelists. I'd like to hear their thoughts as well.
Thank you. Reeve Collins, now your turn. Give us, a little bit tips what's going on market and what we're able to predict.
Yes, it's great to be here from Las Vegas. I've been coming to these conferences for well over a decade, and my friend actually started this one a long time ago, David Bailey, with the Bitcoin conference. And this year there was 35,000 people in attendance. But more importantly, we had the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, was here. The president's son, Eric Trump, he was here. And so it just goes to show the massive shift that has taken place. Everybody has an opinion about Donald Trump, but no matter what you think about him, what he's done for the crypto industry, because he's so much embracing it, has been a complete game changer. It's difficult to express how big of an impact just his support has been for crypto. Because in the United States, nothing has changed yet. No regulations have changed. They're just finally coming, but they're not here yet. And so just the fact that he said, you know what, I like crypto versus I want to put everybody in jail, the last few administrations, has given everyone the confidence to move forward. And most importantly, when I say everyone, I mean the institutions, the people that actually control the monetary system globally, like the big corporations that move all the money around the world, they are now embracing crypto. And since they're embracing crypto, and that amount of money is about to flow into crypto, it's a complete game changer. And what Agnes said around security tokens versus RWAs, they are identical. This entire narrative that everybody's hearing about today started in 2018. And back then, it's because it makes a lot of sense. They want to tokenize securities. And securities are just income streams or an ability for you to earn income on future performance. But it was highly illegal. And so tried to tokenize it, and there was just so much regulatory headwind. However, fast forward now 7 years, and RWAs, which is the exact same thing as a security token, now it's a real world asset being tokenized. This is the narrative, because back then it made a lot of sense, and it still makes sense, but the world is ready, the regulations are here, and the governments are supporting it. So from a high level, what does that really mean for especially everybody here listening? Because a lot of people on this live stream are from around the world. A lot of you guys don't have excellent access to banking. Like a lot of the developed countries, even in developed countries, sometimes it's so-so. But a lot of people have good access to banking, and so they can buy these traditional assets. But the rest of the world, a majority of the population does not. And so that's what it really means. It's the democratization, meaning the equal access to very high quality investments, very high quality assets that were only available in the traditional world. Now they're all being put on chain, and they'll be easily accessible to everybody. So that's a future that we're all really looking forward to.
Amazing. I like this point of view. Alex, your turn. We would like to hear from you as well.
I'd like to tell a slightly different story. Obviously, I was around at this point, and if we look at Tether, Reef's former company, right? The use case for USDT originally was crystallizing crypto profits, allowing crypto exchanges to trade. The use case was there. It was allowing representation of dollar to be transferred like other cryptos between crypto exchanges, and that was a great product market fit, and AUM grew, and Tether has been a phenomenal success. Now, as the markets mature, technology's matured, and people have become more comfortable, the use case of stable tokens has broadened, right? So businesses, trade finance companies, they see the ability, they see the benefit of peer-to-peer settlement on blockchain, the ability to make payments without intermediaries, the speed and transparency. So that additional use case is being picked up, which is further accelerating the use of blockchain, crypto settlement. And so, and going back to what Agni and Reef said, right, this allows you to start building new financial infrastructure, making people quite self-sovereign, transferring cross-border friends and family, paying bills. There's much more utility in stables. Now, and everyone can see that it's starting to work. I think there's about $3 billion of B2B transactions on stables a month. So, as you say, why not start tokenizing other assets, moving from money market funds, actual funds, going back again to democratization? You can start tokenizing things where the barrier to entry is like $1 million. Now, not everyone has $1 million, but you tokenize it. Now we're talking about $5, $10, $100, and you're giving that access. So, the use case is being expanded, and we're now capitalizing on that. The first things really that we saw for sort of RWA is gold, right? And the reason that gold was put on tokens is it's relatively well traded. The pricing is easy. It's very easy. You can write in Google how much is a kilo of gold, and it will tell you in your local currency, and you can make that transaction. Now we're finding better pricing mechanism, better pricing discovery for these assets, and better apps to allow people to start accessing these markets that were not as accessible, and that's net beneficial for everyone. As the financial markets open up, there's more liquidity, more transparency, and I think there should be more innovation, and that's what we're seeing.
Thank you. I would like to share my personal story. because we are here beyond banking, right? And me personally, I'm traveling a lot around the globe. I can recognize myself truly digital nomad. And I have at least 5 to 6 bank accounts around the globe. But always what kind of problem I face when I come into a new country, I need to somehow convince the banking system to understand my documents and open simple banking account. But here in a crypto space, specifically related to the stable coins, I don't have to ask permission to anyone, because in each and every location, the exchanges of USDT, and a stable coin to the local currency happening like this, very easy in a very affordable rate. It means I'm using it as a real banking system around the globe. What maybe this is the next big thing, maybe this is the next narrative, I don't know, because we never covered the topic about AI. Bitcoin itself is really the biggest things which happened, let's say, last 10 years, or not 50, 20 years. I'm talking about the crypto space. But AI also right now, super, very good, the thing which used by everyone. The people who somehow dealing with digital space, somehow AI is really used. Agne, the mic is yours right now. Maybe you will discover how we need to understand this world, because crypto itself needs narrative 1,000,000%. Otherwise, no bull run, nothing will happen.
Right. So I think that narratives in the crypto ecosystem, this was what was fueling all these bull runs and fluctuations. I think Alex would agree with me that the ecosystem has changed. The retail has changed. The market is not the same as it used to be in the previous cycle. We are definitely maturing. I think everybody can feel that. I could repeat myself. We don't see a new retail coming in, so we are here in the ecosystem that we have built. However, the bigger world is opening up with us, as we've said, with the help of Donald Trump. Now, many more governments are already announcing Bitcoin strategic reserves and looking into this. So how to navigate this crypto ecosystem? I think eventually, and this is what everybody was saying, the people will be using crypto and AI ecosystems without knowing they're using that. They will be using them in the app like WeFi. They will be doing the services that they need for their daily life. They don't know that the data is being processed with AI, that all the transactions are being securely monitored by AI, that perhaps some of the transactions are being on-chain computed and some off-chain. So this is not something that is very important for real user, let's say, but it is important to educate yourself and to understand how you can make your life easier. Let's say how AI and Web3 are converging. We have now AI agents, right, that can operate on top of blockchains. They operate together with smart contracts, and they can help you. They already do help a lot of people to balance your portfolio. In the previous panel, Roman was talking about how it can make decisions for DAOs easier, how they can analyze data and can help even allocate your treasury. So AI and Web3 are definitely converging, and we have to learn how to use this in order to help it and to ease our daily lives. And certainly they have a lot of financial decision making. Yeah, so this would be my advice to, as you say, how to navigate the current ecosystem. Definitely keep learning. Even the people who are deep inside the ecosystem, whether it's AI or crypto, they have to keep learning every day because things are changing so fast.
Amazing. Reeve?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. AI is another massive revolution, and no one knows how it's going to change how everybody interacts in their day-to-day life, but we all are very optimistic that it's going to overall be a big benefit. And there might be a lot of growing pains along the way as systems shift and are completely reinvented, because change is hard. A lot of people are used to doing what they're doing, or a lot of people have these jobs that are actually now being replaced. And if the individuals do not lean deeply into AI and truly learn how to make it work for themselves, then AI will replace a lot of what they're doing. And so the goal is for AI to not replace people, but it's for people to use AI so they're more productive. Because the amount of work an individual can now get done used to be the amount of work it took 10 people to get done, or even more in some instances. And so my advice and request to everyone listening, is use AI constantly, as much as you can. Learn it, like make it part of your lives. Every time a new AI release comes out or a new feature in whatever AI you're using, learn about it. Don't say, oh, well, I'm used to this way, I don't need that, this does enough. You really need to learn what those new features are doing, because it'll keep you current. Because with the speed of innovation and of new features and functionalities being released, you will quickly get left behind if you're not at least dabbling and paying attention and really trying to master this new trend. Because AI is going to be everywhere. It's going to be in every type of interaction and transaction and business that you do. And as Agna mentioned, WeFi, we're leaning into AI. Most companies need to be AI first, because the blockchain and transactions, especially in the cryptocurrency world, are very complex. You can do a lot of different things, and all these things typically revolve around your money. How do you balance your portfolio? How do you send money from here to there? How do you do different exchanges? And how do you keep your money safe? And to do all of that, it's complicated. But now with AI, you'll be able to speak into your phone and it'll happen. And so it is a very bright future as long as we all embrace it.
Alex, would like to hear you too.
Yeah, sure. So again, let's look at why crypto works for AI, right? So we're talking about AI agents, right? So again, crypto outshines because it's peer-to-peer. So your agent can pay people without having to KYC, without having to go through intermediaries that maybe won't want to interact with AI agents or don't know how to interact. It's you know, we have public permissionless chains for interaction. Now, this is again the beauty that we have with blockchain, is things run on these with nodes that are completely decentralized. We have immutable networks, but what we also have now is we have permissioned blockchains. We have we have public permissionless, we can have public permissioned, we can have private permissioned, private unpermissioned, right? And for the multitude of all these sorts of transactions, right? If we're talking about banking transactions again, you don't want that to be as public as it is, right? So, you know, we as an industry, we do struggle with public blockchains, and, you know, it's you know, as they say for, you know, the original Bitcoin, right? No feature. We need to understand how we protect people's identities and allow them to be self-sovereign, but keeping, you know, identities hidden, because, you know, that's private and should just be for the right kind of people to look at. So the blockchain enables AI to function and do what we want it to do. And if we build the right tools, it enables us to live safely and happily doing what we want that serves ourselves, right? So we're lucky that we had this. And again, going back to throwbacks, you know, like IOTA, this was, I guess, a blockchain that was trying to get all your computers and smartwatches and kettles and fridges to go talk to each other, right? So again, first pass, we didn't quite make it, but I think we're much closer this time. So inshallah, we should get there.
Thank you, Alex. You know, I would like to shift the conversation into the just upcoming future, how our future going to looks like. Because looks like it's inevitable that AI agents going to be here everywhere. They're going to be millions, billions, and they will survive and will work for us, not instead of us, but for us. We are beneficiary. What's about the transaction? Does it mean that transaction will be done by AI agents between themselves? It means they will be part of this new kind crypto monetary system or not? Because people are really scared. We, as a, you know, human beings, they are not. There are some you know, billions of people who unbanked, steal, and trying to figure out alternative ways. And right now we're shifting to the momentum when the robots or AI agents going to use these technologies. Agna, what's your thoughts about this? Am I touch, you know, something realistic or not?
It is indeed. I think a lot of us try to answer similar questions, like how robots are going to rule us, how the world will be interacting. There is even a very interesting book, I think it's called World 3.0, which is analyzing, different type of utopia scenarios. What I understand that there are centralized AIs and decentralized AIs are developing, right? So centralized AIs, there are language learning models that are like OpenAI, etc. And then decentralized AIs that are developing, and they are taking data from blockchain, from oracles, etc. So they're two different things. And I think that how I understand the AI is coded and they operate according to how the code was done. And then they run the smart contract in order to get their data and then do the computations, whatever necessary, and then record the transaction on the blockchain. So in my understanding right now, everything still depends on the person who coded, on the team who coded this AI agent. I don't know the stage of development of AIs themselves, but perhaps they can code themselves in the future. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think at this stage, we still need somebody to give them tasks, to give them the smart contract codes in order for them to operate.
Yes. Reeve, your view to this upcoming future.
I always like to say the future is bright because we get to choose. Are we pessimists or optimists? It's just a whole lot more fun being an optimist because nobody knows, right? But there's a lot of smart people doing their best to make AI serve us and work for us. And then ideally, that type of technology will make our lives better and easier and will really help lift global poverty, lift the standard of living for people across the world. Because with these advanced technologies where they're making everything faster and cheaper and more accessible, then people's standard of living will increase. You mentioned, is it going to be AI agents to AI agents? Yes, AI agents are going to be running almost all transactions because they're so much better, so much more efficient, and so much smarter than humans. So it's up to us to use it to our advantage. I really believe AI is going to be how we interact with, especially our monetary transactions, blockchain transactions, because you can speak into it and it will do what you want. And soon it will almost know what you want before you do. I don't know how much you guys lean into it today, like ChatGPT or things like that. But let's say you've been using ChatGPT for a while. You can ask it to tell it about yourself. You can do these interesting prompts to say, tell me about all the things I don't know about me. Tell me where I can improve. Tell me what my blind spots are. And even today, the insights that it can give you already about yourself are mind-blowing just due to how you've been using it in the past. So I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but it's going to seem like magic really soon.
Reeve, I literally love your positive view. Because on a previous panel discussion, we have been in a little bit negative way. All of us get scared what's happening. And I'm super happy that this second panel discussion is drawing on a positive direction. Alex, your turn.
I'll stay positive as well. Let's
why not?
Let's end the week. Yeah. Look, as Reeve said, look, this is one of the reasons why, I'm based in the UAE. This is one of the reasons why the UAE is doubling down on AI and blockchain, because it levels up their economy. The UAE is a small nation. It's wealthy, but it's small. It's underpopulated, and to compete on a level playing field with bigger nations, more developed nations with better infrastructure, they need to find a way to sort of accelerate that. And so AI accelerates that. AI gives the population and the workers and everyone that's within that country, superpowers, right? 10x. We saw this in the US where Bill Clinton was running the administration, and we moved computers, and then productivity, GDP goes up like a rocket, right? And so we're seeing another kind of ability for people to use these tools, right? And there's always apprehension with new tools, but once it's been bedded in, once everyone's comfortable, you can't imagine living without it, right? It will become a creature comfort. And so it gives people the freedom to spend more time on I guess, more intellectually pure pursuits. There's a lot of grunt work, evaluating smart contracts, checking financial transactions before you're doing it, second checking things. It gives people, I think, a lot more comfort and freedom. You can ask chat questions that you might not ask, somebody else, right? Because you don't mind. So you could query, right? You can ask as many stupid questions as you want. You can double check. You're not wasting people's time. And so I think it gives people much more freedom, right? And then you'll grow as a person. You can, as we've said, you can ask them for your problems. I mean, you can have heart to hearts with it these days, and really sort of, grow as a person. And so I don't think we should be scared. I think we should embrace it. It will be a double-edged sword. It's a powerful piece of technology, but technology is powerful, and it has been for the last couple of 100 years.
I completely agree with Alex, because in terms of education, AI is one of the best teachers you can ever imagine. Human beings cannot be as good at that. In terms of the digital workers, amazing copywriters, person who finding things very fast, who can do statistics, analyze the thing much more faster than human beings. We have to admit with this, but at the end of today's panel discussion, I would like to listen your personal message to the humanity, to the people who trying to figure out what to do in this complicated, so many technologies behind. On one way, AI, it's disrupted banking system. We are beyond banking. I'm talking about the crypto space. AI right now changes everything around us. And people who used to live, 30, 40, 50 years right now get disappointed. Okay, what's happening with this world? Who's these people who's embracing or bringing these technologies on the table? What to do for them? And what kind of things the new generation has to come to take this for them as a good tool to use for good, in a positive way, not just to disrupt everything and destroy. Agnet.
Thank you, Sergey, for the question. And I'll start from the back of your question. I think we can already learn from the younger generation, from younger than us, on many, many technological tools, maybe even AI. I have no idea what some age groups are doing at this point. I think I will say the same as I would have said even 10 years ago. I think educational learning, it's very important at each stages of our generation of where the technology is. And it's much more important today because everything is pretty normal and novel, and we're moving much faster than it used to be before. The technology is moving very fast. As Reef said, let's use this AI, let's understand how it works. And the same thing, let's learn about blockchain, let's learn about crypto, let's learn about this all digital financial services, because you already see we cannot run away from these things. Yes, we can be resistant, maybe this will not work or this and that, but we are in the technological environment, we are in technological age, and we have to learn how to live with that. So this is why WeFi is also coming to disturb the banking services and to disturb how financial services are even being viewed, not the way it used to be viewed in traditional banking way. So same, we will also to reimagine how our daily work is looking with AI. So just let's keep learning and let's keep balance also. I would like to advise, as you asked for that. I think everywhere is a balance. There's too much technology can disturb and ruin our lives, too much doom scrolling or useless, let's say, spending time on technology. But nevertheless, for each its own. And I think it's great that we live in technology that helps our life to make it easier.
Yes, the word goes to Reeve. You are in so many projects, you see so many companies and so many, literally just disrupting technologies. Where to go, what to see, what to follow?
That's a good point. And I guess my advice to everyone is don't be overwhelmed, because there are a lot of things to do. There are a lot of things to learn and technologies to use, but just use the ones that feel right for you, that you enjoy. For a long time, I've been preaching cryptocurrency and for everyone to get involved in Bitcoin, and no one understood what Bitcoin or blockchain or how to get involved. I'm like, start with buying a little Bitcoin. I've been saying that forever. And that's all. Just start, because then you open up a wallet, you hold the currency. And then you'll get interested because that currency goes up or down or up, and then you buy more, then you use the next thing and you take it one step at a time. And so with AI, don't be overwhelmed. With blockchain, don't be overwhelmed. Like, that's the whole point of WeFi, is to make it really simple, put it in a very pretty box, and give you a lot of services, and put the community at the center. Because the one thing that blockchain and then AI is making blockchain more accessible. So the one thing this package is doing for everyone is providing a higher level, especially in the WeFi case, a higher level of financial services and access to better investments and better ways to use your money than ever before. So that's something to be really positive about, and just lean in to whatever aspect of these technologies interest you and become an expert or just competent and enjoy it.
Thank you. Alex, what's your best advice to the humanity?
Yeah, to further on from Reeve, right? The best way to learn is to do, right? So experiment, right? And whether that's, you can experiment on testnet, or you can experiment with extremely small amounts of money, right? And it gives you, the right kind of economic incentive, right? As Reeve says, you're in the game, you can speculate, you can look, it gives you interest, there's variation, there's fluctuation, and so it spurs you to go explore and discover. And again, as you both mentioned, there's a multitude of things to do. Not everyone enjoys everything, right? So there's plenty of different tools, and the best way to learn is not to sort of struggle through and grind. It's to enjoy, and you'll sail through it, right? So you don't need to be an expert of everything, but enjoy where you put your time, and you will become much better, and you will become much more accomplished, where you enjoy, you're engaged, you play, and that's how that's how we, before books and everything else, we learned, right? Through playing, experimenting, right? So continue that. This is how we're built, and so don't fight that. There's a wide world of financial products, games, social fi, whatever your heart desires is coming there. And perhaps if it doesn't exist, you can create it, and you can then lead it. But it's there. The permissionless nature of crypto puts the power in your hands to do that, right? So either engage with what's there or build something yourself. It's wide open space. If you're not as technically competent, then you can go to AI, right? You can go and with a natural language prompt, start pushing out smart contracts, get to an MVP, and then you can bring in technical people, right? It's the ability with AI allows you to access things that you couldn't access before, and you should just embrace that.
Got it. I like your advice to the people finally to test something, because you know what? Why crypto is not faced its main utility is the utility of the crypto for me is comes like as a money, and looks like all the people on the planet have a chance to download very simple wallet. Is no need to ask permission to anyone, no need to go open account or provide your personal information to the banks. You're able to download and start use it on everyday life whenever you are, no matter what you do. This is one thing, but in this case AI, it's steps a little bit much more forward. Maybe it's provide much more beneficiaries for the human beings in terms of education, in terms of learning something, in terms of mentorship. I saw so many people using it in terms of understanding how the world around you works. And let's finish this conversation with Bitcoin, because this is the king of our cryptocurrency. And right now you're at the Bitcoin conference. Agne, how do you feel? Bitcoin still is the major, let's say, the major narrative which America talks about, or how we are going?
I think Reeve will better answer this question being there physically, but I am watching the news. I'm watching Bloomberg and all the American news. It definitely feels this way. Like before, crypto was mentioned in more like a villain way, especially from United States. Right now, it's a big thing for sure. That's what I'm hearing.
100%.
I would like to know, does Bitcoin really become the new digital gold, as Donald Trump discussed it or been presented? Because it's super cool. It really things getting changed.
What do you mean, does it become the digital gold? It's been the digital gold. We've had it for over a decade. I mean, right? It's been that. The rest of the world's just finding that out. But the government's going to start buying it. There's a lot of rumors saying the US is actually going to start purchasing Bitcoin, as well as all of these other countries, as well as individual states are creating Bitcoin reserves. And then a lot of companies are going public and holding Bitcoin as a balance sheet asset. Some of them are pure plays, just Bitcoin on the balance sheet, meaning billions of dollars of buy pressure, and they're not going to be selling. And so that eventually drives prices up. So yes, Bitcoin has a very, very bright future.
I see. Alex?
Yeah, I think we've seen this from this current Bitcoin conference, right? It's not. I mean, it's not just about Bitcoin being its isolated product. There's now innovation built on top, right? They're like, right, if we are using it as a store of value, or a mechanism to disenfranchise away from fiat currency, then what can we do with it, right? How do we lend and borrow with it? How do we build the official products that exist today for some of them for very good reason? And so it looks, and from what I've seen watching the conference, that these conversations are happening, right? If central banks, businesses, people are using this as a sort of monetary store of value, then they still need to do things, right? You still need to buy property, right? So do you then transact in that Bitcoin, or do you borrow against that Bitcoin like we do with current mortgages, right? When you buy a house, you borrow money. So maybe you're borrowing money against your Bitcoin, and then you buy a house. There's a lot of layers of complexity now that we can add onto Bitcoin, and perhaps some new products and services that we're not aware of, right? So I think it's coming into fruition, and I think everyone's much more positive since this new administration's come in.
It's really a pleasure to have you today on this Beyond Banking conference. Agne, Alex, Reeve, Collins, I'm happy that you share your own vision and thoughts, what's going to happen next. As a visionary, as a people who in this industry so long time, guys, we need to move forward. I'm saying you bye-bye for now. And we are ready to welcome Mr. President here as well. And, but before he's coming, if you haven't done it yet, make sure that you register for our social channels. The raffle is still ahead, and you don't want to miss your chance to win, right? Take this moment to check in, get sent, and we'll jump right back in a shortly.
Thank you.
Hey, Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's going to be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Circuit National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
And guys, we are back. We are back here with Mr. President, with Vidjet Lichka, President of Liberland. And he is talking, of course, about Liberland, about the first sovereign, decentralized, autonomous government itself. I'm really pleased to have him on our show, Beyond Banking. Vid, you are here. The stage is yours.
Sergey, it's very exciting to be here with you guys. And of course, the decentralized banking and the creation of platforms for decentralized governments is a very similar topic in a way, right? It's just a different repurposing of blockchain. But to be honest with you, I believe that after banking and Bitcoin completely or partially now, but finally completely replacing the central banking, we will see also a system of decentralized management of countries, replacing step by step the existing nation-state governance. So let me just play you the anthem of Liberland. And by the way, we are not just about the infrastructure. We are actually building a true sovereign country between Croatia and Serbia. I'll play you the anthem. I will show you some of the most important supporters of Liberland, and you will also see a beautiful sandy beaches that we have in Liberland and where we are building right now, constructing a new country between Croatia and Serbia.
Isn't playing. Try again.
So Javier Milei is a president of Argentina. When he decided to run for the presidency in Argentina, he was actually running on the platform that he is a general from Liberland coming to save Argentina, which was a great support of Liberland, but also of libertarian ideas. very excited to have him on board. We have multiple embassies around the world, and we're trying our best to get Liberland as a fully recognized country globally. Right now, we've got almost 800,000 people that applied for citizenship, which I believe is a decent number. We are a little bit bigger than Malta or Iceland when it comes to numbers. Out of this huge number of people lined up on the website to become citizens, we register now close to 1,200 citizens. Every single day we now have a new citizen or a couple more citizens out of hundreds that are applying every day, which is kind of exciting. And Liberland, again, is mainly the idea of building the freest country in the world on blockchain, but it's also a physical piece of land where we can exercise what we are preaching. And I was for many years trying to fix the political ecosystem in the country where I was born, in Czech Republic, and then I realized at some point that it's futile, that in order to really fix the system you have to start building it from scratch. And that's when 10 years ago we decided to stick the flag in Liberland like this, and we started to build Liberland. We started it on 13th of April 2015. That was the birthday of Thomas Jefferson. We wanted to invoke the spirit of American Revolution. We wanted to take the best out of the countries like Switzerland, like Liechtenstein, like Singapore, potentially like Dubai, that are really the beacons of prosperity, places with very low or zero taxes. But we wanted to go further. We wanted to put everything on blockchain, reward people that are going to pay taxes, make them completely voluntary. So right now we've got some amazing urban designs by very famous architectural studios like Zaha Hadid. We've got people living in Liberland, which is very exciting. Since August 2023, the borders are open. Anybody that has Schengen visa is welcome to visit, even though the people from outside of EU have a little bit of a hurdle, but it's possible. Everybody can stay a minimum for 7 days. People from EU can stay permanently and help build us Liberland, which is exciting update from many years when I was preaching about Liberland and we couldn't really properly access it. So we're taking this opportunity.
I'm sorry.
To
your presentation, it's a little stuck.
Oh, sorry for that. Which slide are we on?
Just refresh it.
I will try to.
Yes, and share again. Sharing again.
Yes, okay.
Because slides are stuck. So sorry for this, very small technical issue, but we would like to show how exactly the things looks like. No.
Ooh. Okay.
Unshare the screen and do it again.
Okay. Stop sharing. Share again. Share. Okay, I'm not sure where you lost me, but can you see it now?
Now it's good.
Okay, so just a couple of pictures back, that's how we stick the flag. That's how Liberland looks like from above, 7 square kilometers between Croatia and Serbia. This is designed by Zaha Hadid Architects. It's a very nice architectural studio that is helping us. This is how we open the borders, as I mentioned. And what you need to have a country, and we are already fulfilling these criteria. I need to have permanent population. We have that for the last 2 years. You have defined territory, very well defined between Croatia and Serbia. You can see it on Google Maps or any other map. It's very, very precisely defined. We've got government, and that's the most exciting element about Liberland. We've got everything on blockchain, and that attracted some of the coolest people in the world to take part in our governance. And for example, the Prime Minister. And we have capacity to enter into relations with other countries, which is also very good. So elections are held every 3 months in Liberland. Everybody that has merits, that kind of bought the shares by paying taxes, has the right to vote. And the Congress appoints and dismisses all the executives, including the Prime Minister. The current serving Prime Minister is none other. The first one actually that applied for the position is Justin Sun. The Prime Minister of Liberland is serving now for 2 consecutive years terms, and he is actually the wealthiest, probably the wealthiest prime minister on the planet ever. That tells you a little bit something about what we're building. We've got people like Evan Lutra, a very famous crypto guy, Kenny Lee, founder of Manta ecosystem. Navid Sabarin, a great Bitcoin guy from Luxembourg. We just got off the call. He's starting the Liberland Bitcoin Fund, which will help to grow Liberland tremendously. Out of Luxembourg, we will have a proper sovereign fund there. And yes, again, the taxes in Liberland are completely voluntary. I believe this is the biggest advantage over other systems. And whenever you pay them, you get rewarded with the tokens, with the governance tokens of Liberland. I think this is the best way to mitigate too much excessive role of the state. The state really does only things that it can raise the money for voluntarily. And the merits are the key of the ecosystem. You need to have 500 of them to become a fully politically capable citizen, even though you can also become citizen without these merits if you come and live in Liberland. It's another option of becoming a citizen, kind of fun one. There's 70 million merits representing the 7 million square meters of land. So every 10 merits basically symbolically represents 1 square meter of land in Liberland. And what we believe that by introducing blockchain and decentralization, we can remove 90% of bureaucracy in the state. And some of you probably have some experience with dealing with nation states and their bureaucracy. Sometimes it's really terrible. It takes years. In Liberland, everything is automated. We have already built a platform. We have utilized Substrate, a very cool blockchain base, and we are improving it for our special case. We have already launched our tokens, also the currency of Liberland. It was in a form of dividend to everybody that had merits and is doing quite fine. Inside of our ecosystem, it's not just the registration of companies, not just the registration of votes, not just organization of the whole election, but also the system of justice. There is a system of bridges to other ecosystems. We have our own decentralized exchange, kind of the stock exchange of Liberland inside. So we believe that by removing bureaucracy and actually making everything super efficient on blockchain, we can add quite a few percentage points of economic growth to the country every year. So this combination again of the best technology that is out there, meaning blockchain, and some best ideological ideas like freedom and free markets are the right combination for building the most prosperous country, most prosperous society. There is another very cool thing. Your vote is never wasted in Liberland. The algorithm always automatically assigns your vote in the way that all your votes are fully utilized, which I believe is quite cool system. In traditional countries, you have to be worried if your candidate will make it or not. In Liberland, you don't have to. You just vote for the people that you trust and that you believe, and the system will automatically distribute your votes so they never get lost. Uberization of police is another cool element. We are trying to cut the cost on running the police. So if you actually download the mobile app, I'm going to put up a incident. So if you share anything from this conference about my speech, you can earn up to 20 merits, Liberland merits. It is like a decentralized policing, but also decentralized way of organizing the state. All the infrastructure, all the jobs in Liberland, everything is going to be processed through this transparent platform. Nobody can ever say that there was some back deals, because every single thing that Liberland does is an open auction for the activity. So if you jump to mobile app, to your mobile app store or Play, you can download the mobile app and earn some merits for helping to Liberland grow and sharing some good news about this conference. We're building strongly our relations both in EU as well as in United States. Here we have a bunch of US congressmen and senators. I was there not too long ago. We met with Rick Holson, our key representative in United States, who is also one of the key persons in the political establishment there. We are pushing very hard. Our Prime Minister, Justin Sun, has just spent 3 days in White House working. So we believe that our relations with United States have been upgraded seriously. We visited a couple of countries officially. This is our official visit to El Salvador. We received some awards for our humanitarian work. If you're doing some humanitarian work, please consider doing it through the Liberland Aid Foundation. It's one of the great ways to support Liberland. And we have already placed Liberland flag on the moon, which I believe is a great success. Only 7 countries have placed a flag on the moon, and we are going to place another one in December, a physical one, and another one on one asteroid. So we're going to the space as a nation, which I believe is quite exciting development. I'm very excited that also one of our close contacts in the United States has become the ambassador of United States to UN, which is exciting. So we believe in great ties with the United States, but also with Croatia. Even though Croatia is a bit of an obstacle for quick development of Liberland, we have very good relations, I believe, with President of Croatia, Zoran Milanovic. I'm going to meet him probably very soon again. And for improving our relations, we have launched a local development project. We're building up infrastructure in Liberland and around Liberland this year. The initial budget for this is $30 million. So if you want to be part of this, it's exciting time to come down. You can come and visit our village next to Liberland in Serbia called Ark Village. Exciting place. We're developing second phase of that. You can help us with the development of the commercial center and harbor in Apatin, very close to Liberland. We are building a business center in Croatia, in Batina, also right next to Liberland. Tomorrow we are actually going to semi-open it, but next month there will be a full opening of that. And we'll also launch the construction in Liberland. We're building 3 houses now, which is very exciting. We are planning to build a hotel, a bigger 10 million euro hotel inside of Liberland, 5-star hotel. We're building medical center in Liberland as well. We already started. That was very exciting. For now, we have a bunch of houseboats, so it's a bit of a hippie-style settlement, but people can live there quite comfortably. This is from the launch of the medical clinic. We had quite a few people, 200 people came to visit us to support the construction, so that was quite exciting. These are the designs for the 3 houses. You can already celebrate a wedding in Liberland, also very exciting. And you can visit us and join us for the Floating Man Festival in August, or visit us for Liverpool in September, another big music festival and conference. Last year we had 500 people. I believe we'll have more than 1,000 this year. So again, becoming citizen is a easy job. It takes around 5 minutes, or e-resident. That's a cheaper option. And you do it online, contact us, and we are more than happy to have more citizens and build a freest country in the world with you guys based on blockchain technologies.
Amazing. Thank you. Do you have some time to ask a couple of questions, because people are really interested?
Of course, I'm ready. Please go ahead and ask me whatever you want. I will answer whatever I want.
The same question I saw, which already, we used to be on the stage, at least maybe 100 times already around the globe. But the main question is, where people able to use or this ID card or the passport somewhere, or right now is just not a fun, but some presence in Liberland only?
No, it's very exciting. What is super exciting, for example, last week alone, we have 2 new crypto exchanges, Binance and Biconomy, that recognize Liberland passports. And that's kind of useful for many countries where you cannot onboard on these crypto exchanges. So that's just last week alone. But then we have very exciting options for cryptocurrency cards, also for the countries that have problem with it. In Panama and in Hong Kong, the companies recognize our documents for banking services. So the whole ecosystem is growing quite rapidly. I'm excited that now Liberland dollars, it's possible to basically buy them very easily, but also use them with your credit card. So that's the economic element. If you establish company, I believe very soon we're going to be able to provide proper ownership structure structure that Liberland company will be able to easily own other companies all around the world. We have a deal already in Tanzania going on. So things are becoming tangible and they're becoming very useful. And for traveling, of course, yes, there are around 20 countries where you can use Liberland passport quite comfortably. without any problem. If you become citizen, you get the list of the countries with the latest update or where to use or not to use a Liberland passport for traveling. And I hope we will get 7 more countries next month. So cross fingers, so we will raise it from 20 to 27. And I hope that in 10 years from now, Liberland will be one of the most demanded passport also for traveling or non-visa or visa-free option for people that will be part of our nation.
Tell me one thing, because people a little bit concerned about taxation first and the opening the business or some kind of making the business of that territory. Is that case is available? You met someone, or there's no conversation about that yet?
No. Again, physically, people are living in Liberland. We have a beach bar there right now. It's kind of fun. And yes, if you open a company, you have to be careful not to operate on other territory of other countries. So you have to either be physically in Liberland or you have to operate completely virtually, especially cryptocurrency projects or IT projects are our, let's say, most common companies that incorporate in Liberland. And I have to tell you, so good, we haven't had any issues with any other tax offices globally. And we believe that Liberland really provides a nice space for people to flourish without overregulation and overtaxation.
Very good, very good. Tell me one thing, what's your vision of this Liberland? Because first of all, it's not big land itself, but you, I believe your main goal and vision to create normal country, even it somehow related to the crypto or even based on the decentralized way of the thinking or decentralized economy. I'll be happy to see your further vision. Where all these people going, which part of the Liberland?
Well, of course, if we let everybody that applied for citizenship, we would be the most overpopulated country in the world, probably 5 times more overpopulated than the biggest competitor, which is Macau. So we have to be careful. But right now, our borders are open and we're very excited about every single person that to live in Liberland. We don't have the overpopulation problem yet. But of course, we can build high. You know, one skyscraper can take up to 20,000 people with the modern technologies comfortably. So we can build high. We already have the developer from United States that actually wants to build the highest tower in the world, and for some reason he couldn't do it in the United States, so we're considering offering him the space in Liberland. And of course it should be the Trump Tower. That would be the proper diplomatic approach to United States.
Very good, very good. Tell me one thing, what's about the money people going to use? The main currency is Liber something, am I get right?
Liberland dollar, LLD, you can find it on CoinMarketCap or wherever you look.
It's pegged by dollar?
It's no, it's not. And it's not. It's a lot of fun. It's of course a wild ride up and down because it's a small market cap, but also it's a great opportunity. And that's fun part is that everybody that works with Liberland really wants to earn these Liberland dollars because they know what's going on there. They know that they're doing something which is growing fast. And of course, we already had 50x on the token. A lot of interest. 3 days we had like huge interest in Liberland dollars on the global markets, and it's quite exciting, you know, that people that helped us a little bit were able to make a decent amount of money, 50 times more than what was agreed in the original contract, just because the token itself went up very quickly. But we're trying to, you know, make it grow reasonably well. The price has doubled in last half year in general, but and it's growing steadily. But we are never able to basically prevent these big pumps because there is not a huge liquidity in the market yet. But there is enough liquidity for us to pay to all Liberland suppliers and then being able to basically cash in, cash out without major changes in the prices. Which is kind of exciting. We're already traded, I think, on like 15 decentralized exchanges, including Tron recently on the ecosystem of our Prime Minister. That was quite exciting that we launched there. We do have, I think, 7, 8 centralized exchanges. And what is very cool, that all new exchanges that list Liberland dollar also recognize Liberland as a country for KYC, which is kind of cool. You can jump into Binance or Biconomy and you see Liberland flag on the list of countries.
Fantastic. And the last question is about governance. It's about technology and AI. Right now, we see the trend that governments themselves, they're ready to take AI as a tool of the running the government itself. Are you going to do that, or you're okay with the crypto only?
No. The whole point, of course, is that we are using AI wherever it makes sense. The most sense that it makes for us right now is a first round of courts. So in Liberland, whenever there is a dispute, there is like a free dispute resolution organized by AI. And only if you don't like the resolution of the AI, then it goes to the court. But most likely people will actually accept the first resolution offered by AI because it actually delivers reasonable results. If both parties send the evidence, the AI processes it and basically pushes out some resolution that people are more likely to accept. We are also excited to have AI as long as it's able to fake the KYC process and pay for the citizenship. We are very happy to have AI as citizen in Liberland, which, well, of course, that means a reasonable amount of intelligence already to do that. And of course, whenever the AI would be a citizen, it's also very welcome to run for Congress and offer us a very good strategy for the development of Liberland. So in a sense, Liberland is already fully, everything is happening online, right? And yes, the benchmark for AI to enter into our ecosystem is to fool our KYC system.
Got it. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. I'm really happy that you joined this amazing conference Beyond Banking and shared your not only vision, this is existed project. Finally, you achieved it, and we can not only touch, go there, live, enjoy, use it. That's amazing. We are living in a world. Thanks for the text and thanks for the technologies. My pleasure, Vit. I'm saying goodbye for now. Thanks for coming. And
thank you.
We are moving forward, guys.
Soon.
For sure. And guys, while we are waiting for Riff Collins to join, this is our next speaker. Now is the perfect time to gear up for what's ahead. Have a look at the agenda, check the raffle updates, and get ready for another deep dive into innovation. I'm waiting Riff Collins very soon. You already met him at the panel discussion before, and right now take your 3 minutes break. We'll be back very soon.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
blockchain, I narrative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, we change imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. We change the empire, understand the plan. Understand the plan.
Yes, guys, we are back, and Reeve Collins with us. He is co-founder and board member at WeFi. Maybe this is going to be the main topic of today's conference, the past, present, and future of stablecoins. Reeve Collins, happy to see you here again. Stage is yours.
All right. Thank you, guys. An amazing accomplishment here to have tens of thousands of people, almost 100,000 people, I guess, coming on soon to just really participate in this amazing educational event, right? We wanted to bring everyone around here to just share a little bit about the future, about where we're going, about how cryptocurrency, blockchain, and even AI are going to shape our future, and how you all can be involved in that and benefit from it. Ideally, with WeFi, the main benefits there are just better financial services, better access to good investments, just better connectivity to that life force of the world, the monetary infrastructure. And that's kind of the beauty of the blockchain. My whole purpose and passion is to deliver on that promise, on the promise of blockchain and on the promise of Web3. And to me, the promise of blockchain has been very clear since the beginning. It's to provide access to the entire world to better financial infrastructure, better financial services, and to better currencies. This is the first time in human history that the citizens of the world have had an alternative to their government's currency. This is the first time we've had an alternative to the banking system, because before the advent of blockchain and of Bitcoin, the only kings and governments could actually create currencies, and you were stuck. And if you take the 200 currencies that are roughly in this world, the US dollar is always number one. And so if you don't have access to the dollar, or maybe the top 10 currencies on that list, the rest are pretty volatile and really create not financial stability for the people in those countries. But today, the whole world has access to that number one currency and the top 10 currencies. And that's just getting easier and easier. So it's a really exciting time. I'm really happy to be here with everybody. And, you know, this talk and this speech, like stable coins and what are they? I've been giving some version of this talk for 10 years, especially before the word stablecoin even invented. It wasn't a buzzword. People just looked at you blankly. They had no idea what I was talking about. But I would always start with, like, imagine a world where money moves as fast and as free as an email. People, like, they just couldn't imagine it, but no one has to imagine that anymore. Most all of us have touched the blockchain in some way, shape, or form. And it's had a big impact on us because now money does move fast and free all around the world. So we don't have to imagine it. We're really, really living in it. And anyone with a phone that's connected to the internet can live that reality. But why is that? It's because of the advent of stable coins. So now money does move across the world 24/7 without banks, borders, or middlemen. And that kind of shift, that big transformation, we haven't seen anything like it since the internet turned handwritten letters into emails. Think about how big of a leap forward that was. That's just not a little leap. It's a 100x leap when you can instantly send information globally, instantly and free, versus writing the email, putting a stamp on it, or a letter and putting a stamp on it and sending it out. And now this revolution is the same, except for it's for your financial life. And this revolution, it has been very quiet. There's still only a small pockets of the world that have really touched on it. But now it's changing. We've got a decade of this building beneath the surface. And now the force is unstoppable. Last year, stablecoins settled over $27 trillion in transactions. That's more than Visa and MasterCard combined. This is not a test more. This is your financial future, and it's being delivered now. So, as you know, over 10 years ago, I created Tether, the first stablecoin. We had this crazy concept. It wasn't an idea. It was just it was just an idea, but it wasn't one that we even thought was that probable. We really had to think about it for a little bit and like, this might be a little crazy, like that we could change the shape and the flow of global finance. So we put the dollar on the blockchain. We really reimagined the way money moves. So today, that improbable idea, it anchors a $1 trillion shift in how money moves across the world. But that part, it's only just the beginning, because the world now understands what stablecoins are. So now we get to show them what they can become. Because I believe the future of money, the entire flow of the global financial system, will rest on this foundation. This $27 trillion reality of these transactions, that didn't appear overnight. So to understand how we got there and why it's so utilized, let's take a quick journey from this simple idea to the global infrastructure. It seems like we went from zero to a $232 billion market cap overnight, but it has taken a little over a decade. And these stablecoins just haven't grown. They've exploded onto the scene. They've become the killer app of blockchain, the clearest, most widely adopted use case across the entire space. But let's be honest, blockchain's biggest use case prior to this really has just been speculation, a very polite word for gambling. People would just get in and hope whatever currency they got went up. It wasn't about utility, but stablecoins are changing that. They're proving that crypto could they can do a lot more than just move prices. It can move real money, solve real problems, and unlock real utility. But this realization, it has been a long time in the making. At first, no one trusted Tether. Retail didn't understand it. They didn't get it. Institutions didn't care. They wouldn't even talk to us. They wouldn't even let us in the room. But the exchanges, they found a solution. So let's rewind to 2014. No one in crypto could get banks. It was very challenging. And exchanges, people were getting in and out of Bitcoin, from cash to Bitcoin. There's only 5 cryptocurrencies at the time. The whole ecosystem was $2 billion. They couldn't move the money around. And so the exchanges are like, oh, we can use a stable coin. We can use this tokenized dollar behind the scenes. We can send money from my exchange to that exchange. We can settle our order books. They could move money faster between platforms without converting their crypto to dollars and shifting to different rails. And when they did that, that would take days to settle. So now they could do it instantly and for free. That was the first use case. And the traders caught on. These exchanges listed it and said, trade your Bitcoin for USDT. Just put it into a dollar on chain so you don't have to take it off chain. So the traders, they got stability without leaving the crypto ecosystem. It let them take a break from the game without leaving the arena. And so that's when payments started to emerge. Once the traders started seeing how easy it was to move that money, they started paying other people who weren't traders. They're like, hey, I need to send you money. Why don't you try this USDT thing? And so that started going. So that was quiet at first, but then people realized that they could send dollars instantly, anywhere, anytime to people without without banks and without middlemen. So the fact that you didn't have a bank account and you could get dollars, well, that unlocked something really profound. The freelancer in Manila paid instantly, not weeks late. Families in Venezuela waking up to savings intact, not plagued by inflation. Farmers in Colombia being connected to a global opportunity to be able to receive cash instantly and without high fees. And they knew all they needed was a phone. So that's what financial inclusion looks like. It's not a buzzword for these people. It's a lifeline. And that's where we've come in these past 10 years, is to really, really changing the way people interact with money. And so what happens when we give these people, the unbanked, the underserved, a seat at the table? We don't just change their lives, we change the future. And that change is happening now. Because today, stablecoins aren't just a tool for traders or for tech insiders anymore. They're becoming a safety net for millions who were never included before. A new financial system is forming, not someday, but today. And it's happening because the first time money moves, money works for everyone. So this revolution that's taking place in front of our eyes, it's not quiet. It's here, it's loud, it's undeniable, and it's everywhere. Everyone's getting involved. Banks, protocols, fintechs, governments, even Donald Trump. We can't stress how big of an impact Donald Trump has made on the cryptocurrency industry. The fact that he's embraced it, the fact that he's changed the United States stance on crypto to be pro-crypto has enabled institutions and everyone else to lean in. It really has created a tidal wave for cryptocurrency to finally break upon the world and have everyone experience it, because now that these institutions are getting involved, it's a game changer. The president of the United States, Donald Trump, is even launching his own stablecoin, USD1. Not only that, he launched a meme coin, Trump coin. It's crazy to see the president of the United States launching a meme coin, launching a stablecoin, and just fully leaning in and embracing it. Back in the day, I used to start the speeches with imagine a world where money moves like email. If I would have started the speech with imagine a world where the president of the United States launches a meme coin, it would have lost people right there. It would have blown people's mind. But that's where we are today. It's kind of funny, but more importantly, it's telling. Because when the highest levels of power around the world start paying attention, start leaning in, you realize that this revolution that a lot of us in crypto have been pushing for so long, it's finally here. It's much, much closer than people think. So the time is now. The conditions are finally right, and the world is finally waking up. First, financial inclusion has gone global. Stablecoins aren't just filling gaps left by banks. They're building bridges where no banks ever bothered to go before. In countries like Argentina, Nigeria, Lebanon, stablecoin usage has exploded over 600% in just the last years. 43% of all transactions in Africa, in lots of parts of Africa, are just for stablecoins. It really is the killer app. People are realizing that crypto isn't just for fun. It's not just an investment. They're using stablecoins to participate in a financial system that ignored them before. They're protecting their savings from inflation. They're getting paid. They're sending money home. In Latin America, remittances surged over 40% last year, just driven by stablecoins. There's no more FX rates. There's high fees to send money. This isn't just adoption. This is empowerment. Stablecoins are finally delivering what banks only ever promised: fast, cheap, borderless finance, empowering the people who need it most. And that's also where WeFi comes in. WeFi is an on-chain bank built with community at the center. The fact that we can deliver now on the promise of Web3, this promise where the community reaps the rewards of the networks that they participate in, unlike Web2 and unlike traditional finance, where it's the shareholders and it's where it's the people, not the customers, that reap the majority of the rewards. Web3 changes all that. I'm very excited to be leading that charge with WeFi, to be able to lead that charge in the financial spaces and to provide these types of services where the people who participate in the community truly get rewarded for being part of it. And that's what makes these communities stronger and allow the financial services to reach more and more people. Stable coins are going to be a major part of that, because in order to have an on-chain bank, you have to have global stablecoin acceptance. So stablecoins are not just a crypto side story anymore. They've moved from the fringes straight into the core of global finance. Visa and MasterCard process stablecoin payments in 150 countries. PayPal launched its own stablecoin. Funny enough, back in 2015, I went in their offices and pitched them Tether. I pitched them the idea of a stablecoin. It just did not go over very well. A few people really liked it, but the attorneys just kicked me out of the office. 8 years later, they're finally bringing one to market. BlackRock holds USDC in its reserve. Some global banks are using stablecoins to settle transactions with stablecoins. It's not a niche experiment anymore. Stablecoins are the infrastructure of our financial future. The rails of the old financial world are starting to merge with the rails of the new one, and stablecoins are right at the center. Just as importantly, the technology's there, but now regulations are catching up. The US is leaning in. Europe leaned in with the MiCA framework. It's providing regulation for stablecoins. Trump announced a few bills that are being passed, the Genius Act and the Stable Act. They're getting a lot of traction. That'll allow for stablecoins to be regulated in the US, meaning the financial institutions can use them. And even if you're not involved in crypto or blockchain at all, and you just use the traditional banks that you did, when those traditional banks start using blockchain rails, their fees will go down and the quality of their service will go up. So it still is a big benefit for all. So this wave of clarity, it's unlocking institutional capital and public trust. The world isn't asking if stablecoins will win anymore. The big question now is, how fast will they take over? They are the foundation. So the real challenge now is simple. What kind of future will we build on that foundation? Will stablecoins preserve the dollar dominance, or will they spark a new era where money just doesn't move, but it evolves? This is where programmable money enters the chat. So what is programmable money? It's one of the most exciting things in global finance. It's the next great leap. It's the moment stablecoins evolve from simple payment rails into the foundation of a new financial system. And why does that matter? Because with programmable money, it doesn't just change how money moves, it changes who moves ahead. Because when the rules are coded into the system, they become transparent, automatic, and unstoppable. So suddenly, opportunity isn't gated by banks and governments and regulators. It's not buried in fine print. It's in the open. It's programmable, and it's working for you. It's not against you. And when that happens, it unlocks everything. It unlocks better quality services. It unlocks yield. It unlocks access for those who are underserved, underbanked, or unbanked. And it unlocks value, not just for the institutions, but programmable money will unlock value for all the individuals utilizing it. But unlocking the value is only the beginning of this next chapter of money. So how have stablecoins evolved over time? Because when you see where they came from to where they're going, then you'll realize how they're going to provide all that value to each of us individually. Because what backs stablecoins today are not just dollars locked in a bank account. It's assets quietly working in the background, earning real yield, creating real value. In the very beginning, it was simple. The elegance of Tether, of its business model, was in its simplicity. You give me $1. I put it in the bank. I give you a token that works on a blockchain. You can redeem that token for that dollar anytime. That's it. $1 in, $1 out, 100% backed. It's not an exciting business model, but it worked. It's what drove adoption. But as a business, it only generated 40 to 60 basis points, about 0.5%. Because at the time, the priority wasn't yield. In the beginning, it was to build speed, access, trust. But then Tether, and eventually others, they got smart. And they began allocating those reserves instead of dollars in a bank. Let's buy treasuries, short-term T-bills, and earning higher than 0.5 basis points, 3, 4, 5%. The user experience didn't change, but the economics did. So suddenly stablecoins could earn 3 to 5% simply by optimizing where the dollars sat. So it didn't alter the core promise to users. It's just that the financial engine underneath became dramatically more efficient. So that opened the door for a new wave of innovation, new forms of collateral, new models of stability, new ways to make money programmable. Companies like MakerDAO created a purely on-chain stablecoin called DAI. It's not backed by dollars, it's backed by Ethereum and other digital assets. It was decentralized, it was trust minimized, you didn't need bank accounts, and it worked. It wasn't efficient because you had to put $2 to get $1 stablecoin, but it worked. It proved that you could have these types of stablecoins run completely on-chain. And then came purely algorithmic stablecoins where there was no backing at all. It was just math. But when the math is wishful thinking, you can see as what happened with Terra Luna, $40 billion can evaporate overnight. So that was a harsh reminder that stability isn't magic. It is math, it's transparency coupled with credible collateral. So all of these things were learning lessons to improve upon how much value stablecoins could accrue. And so that brings us today to this real leap of to the real leap where the programmable money part empowers the user, because now more and more value is accrued by these stablecoin issuers. There are new issuers getting smart and saying, let's provide all of that value to the community. So now you get yield-bearing stablecoins. So where you either tokenize a treasury and just give that directly to the individual, it's stable plus interest. Or you do completely on-chain types of stablecoins like Athena. Athena has USDE. That's where you back it with ETH. And then they do a sophisticated trading strategy called a delta neutral hedging strategy. And it generates yield and it provides a stable coin with yield. And so you can hold that and earn sometimes a significant amount of yield. So now the users are reaping the rewards instead of these centralized entities. And there's a new concept, yield stripping. So it's just more complicated financial engineering to find out ways, ultimately, to benefit the individuals. How do we give more value to the individuals? Imagine taking these treasuries that has interest and principal and splitting it, giving the interest to the user where he can still spend the principal. It opens up entirely new financial instruments and derivatives that, again, are going to provide more and more value for the masses, because it's the company's job to simplify all of that and provide access. And again, that's what WeFi is for. WeFi is this beautiful wrapper of all these types of very complex transactions to make it real simple. WeFi will integrate AI and provide real convenient, easy to use access to DeFi, to these complex ways to earn yield just with simple clicks. So that's the future that we're looking at. Because this back end of it, it does sound like a rabbit hole. And it is. It's super complex. There's a lot of brilliant people because there's so much money to be made. So it attracts the smartest people in the world on how to make better services. But that's all happening in the background. So that's just the beginning, because what's happening here is bigger than just the yield. Because the stable coins aren't just reshaping finance, they're shifting who holds the power. In traditional finance, the banks keep the profits. In crypto, the users who create the value get to keep it. Because that's what the blockchain enables. That's what this technology does. That's the promise of Web3. When you have a wallet and you have these tokens and you have NFTs, these tokens and NFTs enable that centralized entity who is providing the service to give all the value to the users. So as these stable coins evolve, it's not just about earning more. It's about flipping the financial system on its head, putting the power back into the hands of the people who created it. So now that we've built programmable money, it's very powerful. But is it really usable for everyone? No, not yet, because it's super complicated. So this final hurdle that we're all pulling for, that we're all trying to solve, is complexity. And the bridge that's going to help us cross that chasm, that's artificial intelligence. That's where AI really enters. Because managed money today still means learning the system, still means getting access to the system. But in reality, this system should be learning you. And that's the future we're looking at. Because just as stablecoins transformed how money moves, AI is going to transform how we interact with it. AI will be the blockchain interface moment. Soon you won't need to know how DeFi works. You won't need to know how to swap tokens, how to navigate blockchains or rebalance portfolios. You'll simply talk into your phone. You'll tell your wallet, pay Sam $50 in whatever currency is the fastest and cheapest. Protect my savings from inflation. Optimize it automatically. Invest $100 a month into the safest yield strategies available. Or put $5 into every crazy meme coin that has a dog name in it. Like whatever you want, whatever excites you, whatever way you want to interact with your money and do your investments, you'll now have access to in a way that you're going to understand. You just talk into the phone. Whatever you want, you just tell it. And the AI inside your wallet will figure out the best way to do it. It'll move it across chains, across currencies, across protocols. You no longer will ask, what chain is it on? Is it on Solana? Is it on Ethereum? Is it on Bitcoin? No one cares. All you care is that you did a transaction. AI will hunt for the best opportunities. It will manage your risks. It will rebalance the portfolio when the world changes. It will make sophisticated financial strategies as easy as sending a text message. Because AI isn't just making the world smarter, it's about to make your money smarter too. This isn't theory anymore, it's happening. And the only question left is simple. Will we shape the future or will we let it shape us? We're all here today. We have all these people logging in, leaning in, just to learn, just to be educated, participate. And so I applaud you for that, because that is the first step, just to get involved. It's really what it takes in this world. I shared a little earlier that AI is coming, so learn it, embrace it, use it, make it work for you. We are at an inflection point before stablecoins and all of these on-chain apps scale into a multi-trillion-dollar force across global finance. But none of that's guaranteed. So my request to the builders out there, innovate boldly, but never forget that no matter how trustless your system is, trust still remains your foundation. The technology is only as good as those who program it. So never lose sight of that. To the institutions, lean in. You bring scale, compliance, credibility, trillions of dollars. Lean in, use this technology. And to the regulators, work with us. Stablecoins are not the threat. They are the upgrade. They are the solution. They are going to be what creates this global financial infrastructure and allows the whole world to transact with each other and allows the whole world to participate in the future of finance. So please lean in. Create regulatory sandbox that enable us to develop, to innovate, that enable us to create these solutions. And to everyone else, everyone on this call, this is your money. Use it, understand it, shape it, enjoy it, spend it, invest it. Just participate in some way, shape, or form in this new financial future. Crypto is everywhere. It's not going away. This revolution has been over a decade in the making, and still we're just starting. All the governments are leaning in. All the people are realizing the power that blockchain brings to the world. This isn't about stablecoins. It's about freedom, it's about inclusion, it's about rewriting the rules. The future of money is programmable. The future of finance is open, and the future of value belongs to those people who create it. And now every single one of us have that opportunity to be the creator. We're not just building a better system here, we are building a fair future. So let's finish what we started and create a financial system that answers and serves everyone. So that is my message to you. And I have spent over 10 years building the tools and the foundation for us to get to this moment. Starting with inventing and creating this concept of a stablecoin, of moving dollars on this new platform, blockchain, that allows you to move those dollars globally, instantly, and free. And over the last 10 years, there's been so much innovation going into blockchains, making it more secure and easier to use. And now we're at a point where the world accepts stablecoins, understands blockchain. We're at a point where we can deliver on the second half of that promise. And that is applications like banking services and true financial inclusion for everyone. So I'm really excited to be part of this world and to be leaning in to help lead this charge. And I really hope you can all join me on the journey. Thank you.
My real pleasure, Rick Collins. I believe that future is here with WeFi, Deobank, and we are literally enjoying it with you. Thank you so much for your insightful speech. We need to go for a very short break, and it's awaiting us amazing prize draw. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a very short time.
Hey Bangkok, it's me, Mike Tyson, and I'm coming there very soon, June 14th, as the special guest for WeFi Beyond Banking Summit. Man, it's gonna be awesome. It's at Syracuse National Convention Center. I hope to see you there. I'll be there only until June 14th. Don't miss out. See ya.
Hello, and welcome to Crypto Week in Dubai. I'm speaking at the On-Chain Summit today, giving a keynote here in just a little bit about programmable money and the rise of stablecoins and how they're going to change the future of finance. I'm really excited to provide a shout out to the WeFi community. We're going to be having a great event in June in Bangkok, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there. And so with the advent of programmable money and stablecoins, and then adding an on-chain bank to that, we create a very powerful financial institution that will finally include the rest of the world. So I'm really excited for you guys to join me on that journey.
to the blockchain, iterative, legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the dream like I built Rock Nation, I'm securing my name. Digital currency, changing the narrative. Host got the blueprint, WeChain's imperative. Legacy strong with every transaction. On the blockchain, there's no distractions. From the projects to the palace, the journey's grand. WeChain's the empire, understand the plan.
So, my friends, how it's going? Are you still with us? I'm sure you are, because this is the moment we have all been waiting for. The time has come and we are ready to pick our lucky winners. As you know, we will make it fair and transparent. Keep an eye on the screen. We are going to use random number generator and display every winner during this raffle. All set up? Are we ready? Let's get started. And I will let you know, I will have a look at the numbers. You know how many participants we have? 33,862. Just incredible number. Our first prize, by the way, it's Apple Vision Pro, and we're launching the random selection now, and it is 11526. I'm waiting for the winner. By the way, the winner will display on your screen as well. Still waiting. We will figure it out. Who's this lucky person who wins? And this is the ID or some phone number 6936966667. I believe you saw it on your screen. My congratulations to you. You won our lucky draw. Apple Vision Pro is yours. Now, next up, the MacBook Pro. Right now, the system is selecting, and the number is 10082. We are going to look around, to look up. Yes, it's going to be another ID, and the ID number is 19499785520. And it's congratulations to you. You are taking home a brand new MacBook Pro. We are moving forward. Now it's time for the initial token offering for WeFi, 1000 USDT. Let's see who's the lucky winner now. We're generating the number, and the number is 19404. We're going to look who's this person. And it's again ID number 5569290305. Man, congratulations. 1000 worth USDT is go. We have one more winner. And we will look around. You know, right now, finally, 50 tickets to the Ferrari drawing from our general sponsors. WeFi, the system is running, and it shows me the number 26972, and the winner is... We are searching, we are looking for you. You will see. You see, it's 50 tickets for the Ferrari drawing on June 14 in Bangkok and online. And again, ID is 701139080. My huge congratulations to all of you winners. You see your numbers on the screens right now. By the way, to claim your prizes, WeFi managers will reach you out via Telegram within the next 24 hours. So stay tuned for their message. You guys, literally awesome. Thank you all for participating. You are amazing. And just like that, we have reached the final moments of the Beyond Banking Conference. It's Friday, and while most people are winding down for the weekend, you, our incredible audience, choose to spend this time learning, growing, and pushing forward. That's what sets winners apart. Today, together, we have explored groundbreaking ideas, gained new insights, and found inspiration to build something big, something what will shape the future. let me extend a huge thank you to our speakers, partners, and sponsors, of course, for making this event possible. Your contributions have sparked and ideas that will ripple far beyond today. But behind the scenes, there is another group that deserves special recognition: the operators, coordinators, administrators, translators, and technical maestro. You may not see them, but their dedication ensures everything runs seamlessly. They are invisible force that keeps the show going, and we deeply appreciate them. So, before we wrap up, one final announcement. Our official Guinness World Record acknowledgement will appear on WeFi Telegram channel within 24 hours. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss it. And one last thing, keep an eye on our QR code on the screen. Scan it, stay connected, and be part of what's next. With that, thank you all for being here. You are the future, and the best is yet to come. Thanks again. Until next time.